Hello and welcome to YOSA Live, YOSA stream, one of the many, and maybe the first. This time I am in Malaga at the iGaming Club conference. Yes. I am joined today by Eva, who is the head of commercial at AffPapa, the company behind this event.
Yes.
Am I missing something?
Yes, no, it's correct.
And also I'm joined with Kirill
Nice
from Makeberry. He's
Senior affiliate manager.
All right.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
So this
Thank you
is
for inviting me.
the first, I hope, of many streams where we meet with our partners from extended geography, I would say, because as of late, YOSA was everywhere, yet we were somewhat limited to the more familiar audience, and now we are extending it. Malaga is the beautiful, beautiful place to start. So, iGaming Club, how did it come to be? What is it today? What are you guys doing, and what are your plans? Because first, I believe I met you in 2022. I've heard about you.
That was a long time ago, yeah. You were still living in Yerevan.
Yeah.
And I was shocked. It was such a good communication with you. It was really nice to like have a relationship in a partnership format. But basically, iGaming Club came to fruition because we wanted to bring all the affiliates and operators and B2B partners that we've been working with into an offline place where they can actually meet. And we had so many partners at one point, they were like, they should exhibit, we should do something, we should make it a thing. And this is the second year in a row that we're doing the conference in Malaga, and I'm just amazed. I'm so happy with the results.
Yeah, as far as I know, you guys keep growing.
Oh yeah. And nobody really believes that it's been 5 years that we've been in the industry, and I don't believe it either. It feels like we've been here since I don't know when. And it's because we went into so many ventures. We started with AffPapa, then we started with the iGaming Club networking events, where we were doing the drinks and speed dating things and just trying to connect affiliates and operators together offline, not only online. We've been everywhere. It's been a crazy journey, but having the team and having such like-minded people helped the process a lot. So yeah.
And how many times have you been to AffPapa?
This is my second time. I was last year. So it's a perfect conference because it's not very big. A lot of partners, a lot of affiliates, and it's amazing to be here. And AffPapa is like a very good product.
Yeah, because the last conference, me and Eva, I believe, been with Mac.
Yeah. It's like back to back. I can't believe. I mean, it was amazing to have a conference in our hometown. It was really nice, but I was really looking forward to this one because we extended the conference to 2 days, and the venue is much bigger. And I'm so happy that you guys are enjoying it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's much bigger, and but last year was also very good. Good results with a lot of partners, as I said before. It's perfect. I would say even better than Sigma. Sorry, but
it's true.
That's true.
Did you hear that, guys?
Really, I like it more because it's like
just a small clarification. Yeah. Which one?
Oh my, yeah, all of them.
All of them, yeah.
Thank you.
And how many events do you have planned this year?
So in terms of conferences, we're gonna have 2.
In terms of only conferences?
Yeah, only conferences, not the networking events and all the other side events. We're gonna have a conference in Cancun, Mexico, and it's gonna be in a bit of a different format where we'll have still exhibitors and we'll have an affiliate market concept where there's a space where operators can showcase their merches, people can come up to them and actually physically feel everything, talk to the affiliate manager. We'll have panel discussions and speed dating sessions. It's going to be on a smaller scale, but still we're looking forward to it. And then obviously London. Remind me, please, where was the Sigma relocated? Milan or Rome?
Rome.
The
first rumor was that it was in Milan.
Yes.
And then it they moved to Rome.
Yes, so Rome is in target as well, and then Malta. So we have the iGaming Club networking events for sure, but let's wrap up iGaming Club conference Malaga now, and then we'll slowly go into the Cancun one, which is, I think everyone is really excited for the location.
Please do more in Spain.
Okay, yes, definitely. People are getting used to the location. It's sunny, it's good, the food is nice.
Malaga is an amazing city, also very beautiful, and Spain is just a perfect country to make conferences.
Absolutely. Location is very important.
What's your take, Kirill, on the conferences and how, so I believe you have a few things to compare because, as you said, you were around the block for the last 7 years.
Yeah.
What are the things that make a good one and then make an excruciatingly hard one?
No, every conference is unique, but what can I say about AffPapa? As I said before, it's smaller, but as for the results of networking and so on, it's a lot better than bigger ones because at the bigger ones you can like get lost in everything, sometimes. Yeah, but here, a lot of people know you, so I think this format is much better.
Mm-hmm.
First you get lost in the crowd, then then you get lost. Like, who are those people?
Yes.
Why do they have their business cards?
But everybody meet at the bar at the end, so.
Yeah, that's true too.
All right, I have a few questions graciously prepared by the team at YOSA, which I thank you very much for. So, all right. I will keep talking about you guys.
Yes, please do.
What makes iGaming Club in Malaga different from each other conferences? What are the things that you strive to stand out?
Mm-hmm.
Because there is a certain traction to a conference because many of those start as a site and then they do an event and then they keep growing. This is a pattern. This is not something unique yet.
Yeah.
In the end, each and every has a flavor.
Of course.
What are the things you are striving to do?
I think the goal is to keep quality over quantity. We always thought about it. Kirill pointed out very well. It's very intimate. It's whenever you meet someone, people actually remember you because I mean still this time we have double triple the amount of attendees coming to the conference, but it's still so intimate. It's truly a community. When you're going to bigger events, it's like it's a whole lot of people. You don't get to talk to everyone, and you have to be very quick, very sporadic. But here you can take your time, and plus because we do the networking events that are for the community, I think it's more quality-wise it's better. But the thing is obviously,
quantity,
absolutely.
I agree.
The demand is there. We're still gonna expand it. It's inevitable. But I think we're gonna just strive to keep it very intimate still. It's the main goal,
But then I would have a question for you, Kirill. So at most conferences, as far as I know, a person who has a senior affiliate manager in the title, there you would have KPIs for the amount of contacts, and but the conference is intimate, and the number of potential affiliates, because I would bet my right arm that you work with half of the affiliates who came here already, and then you stumble upon the conundrum.
As with conference, it's better quality than quantity. So if it's a bigger conference, you can have a lot of contacts, but at the end, the outreach to those partners can be very low. That's why it's important to have a personal connection, which is very good at Papa because it's smaller, and as you said, intimate, and you can know each other better with the partner, with the affiliate. So yeah.
Then I have a question for you, I believe, Kirill. Do you work with, so there is a saying, a bourse. You might know that word, bourse.
Bourse?
Bourse.
Bourse, bourse.
Which I always call, a gross oversimplification. Because everything that isn't speaking Russian or Ukrainian, it's bourse. But it's then it leaves us with 180 countries, so which is not a target at all. So what is your take on working with, I would say, Western affiliate partners, or maybe they're more Eastern than Western because they come from each side? What are some of the unique aspects of working with someone from not CIS region? Because I believe you would have a good set of affiliates from the CIS region.
We don't work with this region. We work only on Bourges, with Bourges region, so only with the West partners. So the big difference I can't describe because I was not working with the affiliates from this region.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really only on the West, with the West partners.
Like with contracts and
Yeah,
IOs.
IO and everything like this. Yeah.
Oh my
so
God,
I think more. A lot of paperwork, but it's more safe for us, like the product, and for the partners, for affiliates. So protected by the law, you can say.
And you work with tier 1 regulated markets, yeah?
Yeah. Tier 1, we have Curacao license, and we're obtaining Estonia local license right now. As Wind Spirit and Rocket Play, we have 2 products. So come and check them. If you have traffic, write me.
Check out the Makeberry website. I believe they have something to offer to you.
Yeah. So we're working with Germany, Finland, Australia, Canada. That's our main top geos right now.
Very elusive on the US market, yeah?
The US market is very interesting, but very dangerous without the license to work with.
Yeah.
Do you plan to expand to the US?
I mean, in terms of traffic and US, it's one of the strongest geos right now on AffPapa. But we'll always target it worldwide because obviously we have partners from all over the globe and we do have to supply them with the traffic. But obviously we have our pain points, we have our strong points as well. But I would say like even CIS, it's quite on the lower side.
Yeah, for you.
For us, yeah, because obviously, as you said, there are a lot of regulations. The IOs are not existent there. There's a very significant difference when it comes even to the procedures. When it, closing deals
it's
partnerships.
It's a handshake out there.
Exactly, like the done deal, easy. But yeah, we're targeting Brazil right now. Actually, we want to expand there, and that's why I talked about.
They're literally like, your watch, notification.
Sorry.
Notification from the company, some of you may know.
Oh my God, yeah.
Let's name some names, guys. Let's stop being bleak. Let's stop being evasive. How would you compare conferences in Eastern and Western Europe? Because even you, like 3 days ago, you were in Yerevan. Now you're in Malaga. What are the key differences that stand out? Like, what is the picture that you have, like when you have on your calendar that you are visiting Yerevan, when you are visiting some other cities, or what is the thing you think? Oh, we are going to Budapest, like for that and that. What are the things that come to mind when we talk about those?
I think first and foremost, the location is very important. For example,
a good airport is nice.
A good airport is very nice. Yes, transfers or even direct flights if possible. Yerevan, Armenia doesn't have really many direct flights.
But my absolute record for crossing the entire airport, 6 minutes. From taxi to the gate.
It's insane, guys. Literally, it's so small. It's so convenient.
No. And there are always like 10 passport booths working.
Just
easy,
go
easy.
without
Guys,
checking out. Just go.
I think the location is quite important. For example, I was really excited about Sigma São Paulo. Listen. But I went there. Beautiful. Weather was amazing, although it was hailing and it was raining all the time. But the thing is, because they're so local, most of the people didn't talk English, and you'd stand at the stand and wait for someone to come and talk to you. It was horrible. But for example, Malta, it's a familiar place. It's like second home at this point. It's easy. It's small. You know everyone.
You know all the traffic jams.
You know all the traffic jams. You know you have to go out of the hotel at 7 a.m. so you can be at the stand at the conference at 10 or 11, I don't know. But it really depends on the community, on the people that go to the conferences. That's the main, I think, difference. And then the organization-wise, I think everyone has their, again, strong points, strong suits, and hiccups happen. you can never control. You can control to an extent, but you can't kind of guarantee that everything's going to go smoothly because nothing's really, guaranteed. Yeah.
That's the take.
Yeah.
And for you, you have a different outlook on the way things are, I would say, because you are doing different things. You are hunting for something at a conference. Chances
For
are.
traffic.
Mostly,
Yeah,
no,
for
wow.
traffic, for partner, and for some beer also. So
As always.
as always, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And what is the composition? Like, I have seen so many SEO affiliates here, and in Yerevan it was mostly media buying in a wider sense of the word. What are the things you see as a difference at the conference? Things you find, I would say.
Like in Malaga, it's a good location because a lot of gaming companies are based in Marbella. Actually, yeah, like Game Launch and etc. So they're like neighbors to Malaga, so they come here. So as for the results, it's very profitable to come to conference in Malaga in Spain. But as for Malta, I was at Sigma last year, I think. Yeah, last year it's bigger, but the traffic is terrible, as you said before, and the traffic of partners is just amazing. Yeah, like I think 20,000 attendance were last year, 25,000.
Yeah.
So we got like 500 contacts, new partner, like in one day. So each day there's
From
KPIs were
from
good for him.
Yeah,
so
we're
you have
mad.
it's very exhausting. You have to stay at the stand all day long, from the morning to the evening. So
And then the after party, and then the after.
Oh my
if you have enough strength for the after party, I don't know. But, so yeah.
I think relevancy as well is a good point to add, because at Mac, there were obviously, there were a lot of forex, a lot of Nutra as well. I saw a lot of. For me, mainly it was just to see like over the existing partners. I didn't see a lot of new people, and it's. I think relevancy is a very important aspect. For example, Sigma, you only see like gambling mainly. I'm not talking about Dubai, but Malaga as well. We're only focusing on the gambling. We're not trying to mix it. Obviously, money would be bigger, the attendees would be more, the scale would be bigger. But that's the thing of. That's the main point of keeping it small and keeping it relevant and niche.
Then I would have a question
Yeah.
to both of you.
Okay.
So you have a rather varied set of exhibitors. Basically, you have like an SEO affiliate and an affiliate iGaming affiliate program, and then you have like a game provider, and then you have a platform provider, and then you have a tracking platform provider. Like I couldn't remember, but there were like 2 or 3 of those. So basically, this is a very mixed. I wouldn't say mixed bag because it has a connotation of a negative one.
Yeah.
But you have like varied, and it was rather weird for me because you have very different. Yet you aim at the. So the question is, whom then you would be aiming at, because everyone would have only one point of interest.
Oh, that's a very good question. Here, I think our main point is always going to be affiliates and operators. Always going to be affiliates and operators. But since we're integrating B2Bs as well, even in the platform, I think it makes sense for us and for them as well, because they started. B2Bs are also working with affiliates right now, and it's more profitable for them to also see and come as exhibitors and even attendees. So it's a good mix, but it's still in a closed circle,
Yeah, like all.
I cannot add anything more. Actually, yeah. As an affiliate, I search for traffic, but also it's important B2B providers, so on. Payment methods, very important, because without payment methods, we can't see any FTDs. So
Despite the fact that you may not be the necessary person, yet you would be able to be a point of contact.
yeah, sure. We create groups in Telegram and connect with our payment managers. So we can have some.
By the way, I have a question. So you work with like mainly like affiliates from Bourges. Sorry, bourge. Bourge is like an umbrella term.
I like how you say it, bourge.
Bourgeois. An umbrella term we have to live with. What is it, WhatsApp or Telegram? And how did you guys, because you would have like hundreds of chats in Skype, how did you actually cope with it?
You can go ahead.
Yeah. We had Skype before, yeah, so it's not only Telegram, it's also Skype, Slack.
Oh my
Now
God,
it's
hate Slack.
Teams, so how to manage it in Telegram, you just create folders and that's it. So you have folders for payments, B2B, and the main one, of course, for me, it's affiliate. So yeah, I have like hundreds of chats, but from them, the most performing ones are on the first place, so it's not so hard.
All right, thank you. Because for me,
Yeah, give us your 2 cents, please. Yes.
I avoided Skype as best I could. And when the Skype was done, I was like, well, I've lost something. Hope I'll be just fine. No, like all of the Skype people eventually end up in email, and they're like, yeah, I can keep them in email.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
very bad at folders.
Please no WhatsApp, only Telegram and Skype.
The thing, I have a question. Do you guys keep your WhatsApps and Telegrams, like the personal ones and the business ones, separate, or you're mixing?
Of course, separated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
from the get-go, I mixed. I was working from my personal ones, and everyone has my number now,
Yeah.
and they're calling me at midnight trying to get tickets and stuff, and I'm like, why didn't I think about separating this personal life and business? It would make much more sense, and it would make my life much more easier. But yeah.
And now we are joined by Natalia.
Correct. Hi everyone.
Hello.
Please present us your...
Yeah, sorry about the delay. I was taking part in the panel discussion. That's why I came here just now. So
How
I'm
was
head
it?
of affiliates for MelBet, and I take care mainly of the LatAm market for this brand. So yeah.
How was your conversations before the
Yeah, the
conversations?
The panel was actually very thought-provoking because we touched very sensitive topics about operator and affiliate relationship. And I believe it's like a philosophical discussion mostly, because there will be many points of view on where this relationship is going and how we should work on fixing it, what is acceptable and what is not. And yeah, I believe it's very hard to find an answer to this question.
But if you were to ask, and maybe I would even ask you, what are the 2 things, okay, let's name it 3 is better, the things that would not benefit an operator and affiliate relationships? What are the things that
Would not benefit.
would not benefit?
Lying. If you are caught on lies. So if you don't pay your affiliates one time and they believe it's not justified, if you don't provide enough information to them, they will feel it's a lie, and your reputation will be hurt. It works on both sides.
Absolutely.
If we agree on a deal with an affiliate and in the end it turns out they lied to us about the traffic source, which they eventually promised one value and we are getting another value, that will also hurt their reputation and our relationship in the future.
I agree. Yeah, but also it's important to describe the deal, maybe sign an EO and write everything there. What do you expect from the affiliate, from the partner? So there will be no misunderstanding at the final destination.
I completely agree with you. The main point is for both the sides to be flexible and be able to agree on those KPIs and stick to them in the end.
Yeah.
What was agreed in the beginning.
Yeah, have clear communication as well, because sometimes there's a lot of misunderstandings, because as a third party, I see what is happening between the operators and affiliates, and sometimes when we're trying to fix the situation, it's mostly a misunderstanding, a case of misunderstanding. If all the points are very clearly put, I think it's always going to be a success, whether the traffic is low or not. So
Yeah, and it comes down to communication skills and the amount of experience you have in the industry, because you may happen to have affiliate manager or account manager that just entered the market or industry, and they'll not be able to provide you with the information as clearly as experienced affiliate manager. So unfortunately, without even wanting, sometimes this miscommunication happens.
Yeah, definitely.
And a good TOC is set in stone, right?
Yes.
Anyway, you have to test the traffic and see how it goes. So.
I always wondered, this is a question to you guys, so affiliates running media buying sources like Facebook, in-app, like something that you set up a campaign, run it, something creative converts or it doesn't, the funnel works or doesn't when you test it. How can you be sure that the affiliate can recreate it? I always wondered because it's there is an element of random there always, and but on your part it's always like we purchase first like 50, 100 FTDs and then we will analyze it and I always wondered like if you like it, how do you make a decision? Yeah, we'll continue working with you, but what are the things you consider next? How do you turn a test into a scaled campaign, I would say?
It's basically all about the results that we are getting from the traffic. We have our own ways of measuring the possibility for us to continue with this partnership based on ROI. We see how active this traffic is, how players make repetitive deposits, what is the average player check. And basically the problem is that affiliates do not always show us their funnel. They refuse to do it.
Wow, why won't they?
So we must believe that they are telling us the truth without even knowing if it's the right traffic source they're sending us. And if we are paying the right amount of money for that traffic. So it's extremely difficult to verify, so we must only rely on the traffic that we are getting as a result of the test. And if we see that deposit amount, if the profit from the campaign is getting closer and closer to the spends on this campaign, we might verify based on cohort analysis, LTV, if it's worth to go for another test or another campaign with the same affiliate.
Sure, I agree. Also depends on the geo and the bonuses that the product provides. So, for example, affiliates that we know a long time and we have a relationship for several months, I don't know, maybe years, we can make a special offer, exclusive offers and bonuses, so on, so we can have better results with them, better conversions.
And when it comes to choosing something, once again, what are the criteria you consider? I believe you even head of affiliates, senior affiliate managers have a say in choosing a conference to attend. What would be the things you would say to choose iGaming Club once again?
We would talk to our affiliates, understand who is going to attend this conference, if we're gonna get good amount of meetings with our current affiliates. Also, we evaluate the conference based on our previous experience attending it. So what I like about AffPapa in specific is the community that they've managed to build over these years, which I really like because the people, the companies, they get together at this event is really high quality in my opinion, because they have many companies with SEO traffic sources, which is the best for us, which is very valuable, and we like to negotiate a network at AffPapa always because it's easy. It's a relatively smaller conference as well. So we are able to spend more time with our partners and strengthen this relationship.
For sure. As we discussed before the kind of journey, AffPapa is amazing, smaller, but as for the quality, it's much better than Sigma.
He keeps on mentioning that. Thank you.
He said it.
He said it twice.
All right, I believe this is the time for us to wrap up. It was a pleasure talking to you guys. It was Natalia from MelBet. Affiliates or is it partners?
It's actually both. It's strange, I know, but it has been like this historically.
Yeah.
But essentially for affiliates, there is no difference. They can enter from both the domains, but for affiliate managers, there is a difference. I'll share you a secret. We cannot enter to MelBet affiliates from our manager access, but we can do it through MelBet partners. And so do managers that focus on MelBet affiliates. They cannot enter through MelBet partners.
All right. So Natalia, check out their website, join their amazing affiliate program. Kirill, it was a pleasure talking to you. Check out Makeberry, and of course Yeva, affpapa.com, where a place where affiliates meet operators.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's their slogan.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much,
Thank
guys.
you very much.
See you.
Bye. Oh, hi guys, again it's me. We have new contestants here at the YOSA stream. So nice to meet you guys. This is Mark and Artem. So today's question is, how has the approach to the finding new partners in the affiliate marketing has evolved? What tools do you use, guys, or maybe some new insights on how finding the new partners?
Start with you then.
You can start.
Thank you very much for being here today. The tools I pretty much use is LinkedIn, Telegram, and attending these type of shows. So I've found LinkedIn's good, only gets you so far. Telegram is pretty full on in terms of messaging, and but I like going to events because you can meet people, you can get a good vibe, good chemistry. That's the start of the relationship. So really the tools such as LinkedIn, Telegram, WhatsApp, maybe using some scraping tools are almost secondary. It's going to these type of events that give you good leads in the affiliate world.
Great. Can you tell more about what you do? You're head of marketing at Better Media, right? You provide traffic, or?
Yeah, so we provide traffic. We've got 5 publisher sites, pretty much organic SEO traffic, and some from social media, and some influencer traffic, pretty much from the United Kingdom and Ireland. International traffic is mostly South Africa, Canada, New Zealand, Philippines, so pretty much English-speaking countries, and most of that traffic is sports betting and casino.
Great. Can you tell more about yourself, maybe?
Sure. If you haven't seen me anywhere else in the YOSA podcast or, I don't know, on LinkedIn, I'm quite active. I'm Artyom Matevosyan, Senior Sales Manager of Partner Matrix, affiliate software and intelligence tool. And with regards to your question, how to find affiliates, I'd say whatever Mark just said, just added a good affiliate manager, because that's who you need to go and hunt for the affiliates, or have the pre-built network to drive traffic, the right quality and right quantity of traffic to the operator.
Great. Maybe you can share some insights on hidden stones on how to communicate with partners and onboard them.
Now that's a very interesting question. For me, it's about relationships. So you have to earn trust. Trust is really important, and you have to go the extra distance. So it's not just talking about the traffic source. It's not just talking about the commercials, the KPIs, the hybrid deal. It's actually knowing the person. What did you do at the weekend? Is there anything else I can do to support you? So relationship building in the affiliate world is very, very important, because it's people that actually deliver the numbers. So relationships for me, so I take the time to actually speak to people about the business, and about the traffic, and about conversion, and about marketing campaigns, onboarding, activation. But I actually want to know about you.
Well, the person couldn't agree more. It's very important.
And that is really important, and that is a skill that takes time. And we all live in a very busy world. We've got all these messaging platforms. Thankfully, maybe I'm very sad that Skype's gone, but anyway, but take the time to listen to people, speak to your affiliate partners, all your suppliers. It's really important. That's how Partner Matrix has done such a good job in this industry, because they understand the importance of speaking to people and developing those relationships.
That's thank you very much. Also, next question. What methods or sources help you stay up to date with the new products and launches and emerging niches?
For me personally, I need to cut back, but I subscribe to a lot of industry newsletters through LinkedIn. I'm probably subscribed to a couple of hundred, so I need to cut back in that. But actually what I've been doing is I've been using some AI tools that will actually scan that content and then give me a summary to see if there is anything that I should look at more deeply. So I scan a lot of industry news websites. I listen to podcasts. I do follow you on LinkedIn.
I will also follow after the stream.
Really good, but I think you can get too much information. So AI is quite a good tool for me personally, that I can cut back and get rid of the noise and look at the important stuff.
Oh, very interesting.
But if you're a person who goes to conferences a lot, then you meet, as I've always said, it's the conference going is not only just to find new opportunities and whatnot, it's also to catch up with your network. And your networks, most of the time, they have information that you don't know, and you have information that they don't know. And this is a really good way to keep up to date and to understand who's doing what. Aside from that, I don't think Mark just covers up all the questions.
All the questions.
He leaves nothing for me to add.
Mark said about AI. Do you use AI in your job, maybe in work? How do you use it? Or
I try to minimize it in terms of, because my job is like coming up with creative text that people wouldn't really neglect, because I understand that the guy that I'm reaching out, he has another, let's say 15 people reaching out to them on a daily basis. So how do I make my text stand out? That's first of all, look away from ChatGPT, because you can instantly tell that a text is AI written or not. So I try to avoid AI from that perspective, but other than that, ChatGPT or other sources of AI, they help me out a lot to understand the strategy I need to use. Like they analyze better for me, and they tell you, hey, you can use this strategy, or this event happened, you can touch base on that one. I don't know if somebody is there and not using AI for their job. I don't know what kind of a job you do, but anywhere you can find use of it, and it's free. So
it's developing very fast, and hope we don't lose our jobs after this.
I don't think it'll be so fast.
I agree with you. Yeah, I think AI is very interesting, and everybody does use it. Some people will say they don't, but actually they do. And there is a fear that potentially some jobs will be lost. That is a reality, but there will also be a lot of jobs created.
Exactly. Like if you look back 20 years ago when the robotics were booming and everybody thought robots are going to steal jobs, maybe in the car factories they did, but then there's hundreds and hundreds and more they opened up. I mean, I never knew there was an industry called iGaming. I never knew. I worked in SMS industry. I never knew you could do that. But there's a lot of opportunities. I think AI will not completely replace, at least for another 100 and 200 years.
Yes.
I won't be live by then, but I'm sure we're safe.
We're safe for now.
So, yeah.
At least for now, we're safe.
Yeah.
But I think in the near future also.
Exactly.
Okay. Next question. In Eastern Europe, there is a trend of large companies acquiring smaller affiliate teams. How do you think this trend will evolve? Will the large corporation evolve or could dominate, or will there be space for smaller teams and affiliates?
So I think in any industry that is sort of in a maturing phase, which sort of iGaming is, that there'll be naturally M&A activity, mergers and acquisitions. You can see that in the event industry. The shows are becoming supersized. So I think it's inevitable that to grow your market, that you acquire companies that might have a particular niche or audience. So I see that continuing. How it's going to shake out, that's MD's guess, but it's just part of any industry vertical that there's some maturing companies to grow, drive revenues. Unless they're very creative, they have to look at smaller companies to buy them. So I think what we're seeing in Eastern Europe will continue. There'll maybe be 4 or 5 major players, but I think there's always room in the marketplace for smaller boutique companies that offer good product experience, good customer service.
From my perspective, this also clears away a potential competition in the long run, because these new companies, sometimes they come up with great ideas, great ways of scraping, or great ways of getting affiliates that bigger guys don't know. But on the other hand, these smaller companies don't have the capacity to do this on a full scale, to do this, to launch their ideas and to make them into life that easily. So it's, I think, mutually beneficial, and I think this trend has always been there and will always be there. So that's my stand on that.
And are there any differences between working with Eastern companies or West companies?
Cultural wise, there is, yeah. For me, again, I notice a tendency of so there's opening up a separate question if you don't mind. So
yeah, sure.
Now affiliate software providers, what they do is they try to work with affiliate networks, and they offer that as a benefit. And in Western Europe, people understand that this is not as big of a benefit in reality, but in the Eastern side, they don't. I mean, think of it. I'm an affiliate software and you come to me as a startup. I give you a huge base of affiliates which you can easily access for free anywhere. How big are the chances that this affiliate network is going to be promoting you better than others? And they don't understand that you cannot rely on this one only, because it's a startup. They don't have much understanding of affiliate marketing, and they think just by having access to affiliate network is going to grant them traffic. But they don't understand that it's a big picture stuff. You have to make promotions for your affiliates. You have to give them some special benefits so that they promote you. At the end of the day, you have to go to the conferences and make personal connections so that this affiliate is incentivized to promote you. Otherwise, what are we even doing here? Yeah. Sure. So yeah, that's the major difference I saw in Eastern and Western, Eastern versus Western companies. They focus on things that they really shouldn't focus that much, and they don't focus on things that they have to focus to succeed. And
interesting point of view. And for you, maybe
I actually agree with everything that was just said there. I've had the benefit of, I'm from Glasgow, just for the record. I'm not Irish, I'm Scottish. So I've had the benefit of working in Eastern Europe and Western Europe. And there definitely is a different mindset. You're absolutely spot on. But what I do find quite refreshing working in Eastern Europe is the approach to business is more direct, whereas in Western Europe we're a bit more polite. So we'll ask about the weather and various other small talk. Whereas actually you should be quite direct. You know, can you do this, Mark? Or can't you do this? And this is how we want to do it. So that saves a lot of time. So I actually like working with Eastern European companies, and I also find them particularly entrepreneurial. You know, so they'll think outside the box, which is, you know, in Western Europe that's like, can't do that. That's a bit risky. So I really like Eastern European companies. They're very forward thinking, very direct, very efficient.
If you can find one that listens to your advice or takes it into account at least, or does the research based on your advice, then you're on good hands then.
Absolutely.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Also, lately games are developing, evolving, and so on. I think more mechanics, more content variety, personalization, and building game community, right? So how is that changing the quality of traffic they attract?
That's an interesting one. I think, you know, Generation Z, whatever you want to call them, you know, it's all about community. It's about shared experiences. On the games concept, I mean, my personal view is it's simplicity that actually counts now. You know, complicated slot games with wild features and hidden, you know, and multipliers. The brain just can't digest that. So for me, the future games are around shared play, it's community, and once you build a big community, you know, you've naturally got traffic, you've got attention. So I think that the future is definitely around building a community around the game. Look at Fortnite. you know, how successful that is as a game franchise, you know, shooter game. You know, and you can see it with Aviator and all these crash games. They're very simple, very easy to play. All the crypto native games. So that, you know, the market is rebounding or going against, you know, sort of traditional slots, which are still successful, still generating revenue, but it's all about simplicity. People want instant gratification, and they don't want to think about the rules of the actual game. They just want to immediately play.
And that's it, yeah. The simpler the better, yeah. Sometimes it depends on the geo also.
That brings me back to my days when I was working in B2C. It was about 7 years ago. And nobody would understand why in Armenia EGT was doing so much better than any other gaming provider. And the reason was very, very simple. EGT's games are easy. They're simple, easy to understand. Where the bonus is, where the spin is. But when you go to a more complex provider, when there's arcades and whatnot in the slots, the average Armenian gambler wasn't going to comprehend that. All they want... you have to, you know, consider your demographic as well, right? The average Armenian gambler in that geographic is a bit of an older guy, like plus 40, and they're not really that tech savvy, and all they need is simple numbers and simple pictures and simple fruits to understand if they won or not. Of course, this is going to change if you shift towards, let's say, the Western European market, where the gambler demographic may be a little lower, age-wise, and then they might have other interests. I'm not an expert on this, so I'll just cut my speech to this one.
Yeah, and that's so true. As an affiliate, I always test the products, and some games are really hard to play. You want to play them, but they're very hard to play, so couldn't agree more. Going to the next question, how important is localization and affiliate marketing and entering new markets? What challenge do companies face when expanding internationally?
I think for me, it's going back to some of the great points you've actually mentioned. It's about local knowledge. So if you're creating an organisation, you know, in Eastern Europe, it's understanding what talent you need to actually recruit locally. You know, have they got a network? Have they got skill sets? So that's really important. It's almost like basic 101 business planning. And then from an organisational point of view, you know, do they fit into your sort of cultural mindset, what you actually want to achieve as a business? But you can certainly not underestimate local knowledge and local talent. That is critical to succeed and enter any new market. We've seen a lot of brands internationally of late, you know, thought they could go into America, and they were successful in the UK and Europe, and they've all come back out with their fingers burned. So, you know, local market knowledge, local recruitment of a team is really, really important.
So from the software point, it's important to have the proper separation, because you see data and you see completely two different behaviors of players, and how well you adapt to that. Your software can also either make you or break you there. And again, we're speaking about bad things today only, but it has to be addressed that you would see startups especially we're targeting LatAm and, I don't know, Australia. And they don't have the capacity for either one of that. And these are completely different markets. They don't even have a different strategy for that. They don't simply know that you have to pay a lower CPA for LatAm and higher CPA for South Africa, for Australia. So these kind of basics have to be taken into consideration when targeting a market. And localization, of course, comes into the play as well. So your website cannot just have a .com domain and be meant for every single domain. This was a good segue from my previous points, where Armenian players love EGT. So as much as you advertise and promote other types of complex games, they're not going to get into that, at least for the next 10 years or 5 years. So yeah, you have to know your audience, which is hard when you're targeting two completely different markets with completely different demographics.
Yeah. It depends on the geo, right? So you have to know the local regulations also and the technical side. And the next question is very interesting. Where is the affiliate marketing in iGaming is heading in a few years, in near future? What do you think? from your position?
Wow, that's a $1 million question, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think just based on my experience, because I've been similar to yourself on the operator side and on the sort of platform side, and I've ran my own affiliate sites myself. I think for me, the iGaming affiliate model is slightly tired, because we're still looking at the same KPIs in terms of NDCs, FTDs, not really interested in LTVs per se, but that type of hybrid commercial remuneration is not really working for, if you like, Web3, so social media, influencer marketing. So the remuneration model needs to change. And I think also a lot of the technology needs to change, because if you look at most of the successful influencers or co-creators, they're using entirely different tools to effectively sell. And a lot of the affiliate software solutions, which are really good in the marketplace, I might add, I'm not saying anything bad about them, but they've been built in old code and built in a time that was, has passed. So we need to reinvent the technology for today's consumer and how they convince you to actually transact or buy something. And I think the actual ways that you remunerate your sales force, if you want to call that, it needs to change as well. So I think the affiliate model or the affiliate market is in need of a makeover. At the moment, that's just my personal view, because we just see the same sort of cookie cut, copy and paste type promotions. Have you got traffic? Yeah. Well, actually, what is the demographic you're actually interested in? And there's a lot of information that's missing, because we're that focused on important metrics such as FTD, but an FTD doesn't make the operator actually any money.
Yeah, it depends.
So it's about
the amount of deposits, right?
Correct. It's the lifetime value and the quality, and if you're in a regulated market, it's about a responsible player as well. So I think all these combinations, the industry needs to change slightly.
Yeah, and Mark was spot on to say that it's $1 million question. But my estimations, and again, I don't want anyone to base their strategy on what I'm just saying, but just my opinion on this is that the affiliate world is heading towards social media more and more at this on a short term, Telegram predominantly, and later on, of course, AI is going to play a key role in this game. So I would put my bet on that. And regarding the software being scalable enough, I also agree with Mark there, because now more and more operators rely on other software to kind of track what the players are doing, the affiliates players are doing, because it's not just enough that affiliate brought you some revenue this month. Like what are these players doing next month, or the month after that, or what's the lifetime of value of this player? There's tools that analyze, there's tools that report that these players behave a certain way, and it's up to you to take a certain action to relive this player, to bring them to life. So there's just multiple tools that can help affiliate marketing get better and better. Unfortunately, a lot of big names especially, they don't use these kind of tools because they rely probably more on their brand image and their name, whatever their name is. Neither do they use a serious software that could help them grow even more than they already did, nor do they rely on other analytical tools to understand their player behaviors. Maybe I'm assuming they do that on a back-end level, and again, I don't think they would understand if the player came from an affiliate or not. Maybe I'm assuming they have a data analyst that does this, whatever I'm saying, on the back end, but I don't think they have anything related to the affiliate site, affiliate component. So yeah, it would be useful if everybody just went on and used solutions to or just research, just saw the system, saw the numbers and analyze the numbers. It's not just that statistics went up this month or they went down. Like what happened then afterwards? Why is this changes happening? How to make players come back again?
Yeah.
So these are questions that are getting answered more and more in the affiliate industry.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder, but from the other side, easier to obtain new players and make sure that they have lifetime value, lifetime value.
Yes.
And my personal question for you guys: what do you think in terms of traffic Google is developing? We know like AI is developing, and there's new thing like SEO, EA/SEO, right? What do you think about that? Will replace the basic SEO or?
I mean, again, fantastic question. I don't have a crystal ball. I was going to maybe ask ChatGPT the answer. My view, I think you'll see a blurring. I think there'll be less SEO or search traffic. It'll be sort of augmented into what Google is doing from an AI perspective, and it just means that as an affiliate or operator, any e-com business, you have to try and understand how people, your potential customers, discover you. But what I'm certainly seeing is, in terms of my daughters who are teenagers, they don't use Google search. They consume all their information from social media within a platform, TikTok, Instagram, X, Discord, that's where they get so I see that the actual curve is going down, and I think AI is just sort of trying to get some use cases up, but I think you'll see search traffic, the way we understand it, diminishing or blurring, and most people want to get their discovery content through other platform sources.
Yep. So the traditional Google search is becoming less and less, especially in terms of affiliate marketing. So I completely agree with that. The users now, they have a habit of going and finding information on social media. So that's where the affiliates and operators should be, because that's where their audience is. Much more than already is on Google. And the next generation is going to be on AI, I'm assuming, because that's where we're headed, unless something big changes. So I completely agree with Mark again.
Yeah, that's social. I think we'll replace SEO in the future, social traffic, TikTok. I think something new will also come out, like VR technologies are developing, so there will be new communities like groups in VR, so VR gaming is the next step for sure. So we have a few minutes left, so just wanted to ask, are you enjoying AffPapa iGaming conference? Or?
I have to say it is an amazing show. I've been to a lot of shows over the years. Some are good, some not so good, but this is really good vibe, good atmosphere. Everyone's so friendly. I would recommend to any listeners, get to iGaming Club, AffPapa.
Right.
Yeah, for me, this has always been a top-notch show, and this one is no exception, especially now that they have 2 days in a bigger venue. It's just possible to sit down with people like Mark and have a conversation in this tone rather than yelling at each other and trying to understand what both of you guys are doing.
Exactly.
So that's one of the key reasons that I would say AffPapa events are just best.
Yes.
Yeah, AffPapa is the best, better than Sigma. I already said it before. Thank you guys, it was very interesting speaking with you, had new information, hope to see you soon.
Thank you for the invite. Have a good day, everyone.
Bye guys, bye.
Hi, dear iGaming community, YOSA community in specific. Here we are sitting at this table, gonna speak about the LatAm market today, and I have amazing guests with me, who honestly I've been knowing for a couple of years now, and in fact we've been working together, and I'm really happy to be surrounded with familiar faces today. I think before we go on to the questions, I would like you to briefly introduce yourself in front of the audience.
Hi everyone, I'm Filippo Anzalone, head of sales at Toscaner Group. We are an affiliate company, media tech company focused in affiliation in the gaming industry. Our focus at the moment is Brazil and Latin market overall.
Hello, sorry, which is my camera? This one, okay. Hello, this is Andres Villagomez. I'm CEO of RevShare Agency. We're a marketing agency specialized in iGaming. We have more than 5 years in the industry. We work especially with influencers, streamers, social media, YouTubers. So our main target is to bring FTDs, impressions also for different operators. And we work in LatAm, Europe, APAC, and now in South Africa.
Right. Hi there, I'm Federico and head of sales of Alt Digital. Our major product in LatAm is called a Puerta Legal, or a Porta Legal in Brazilian Portuguese. It means like legal bet, and we expertise on having these portals that talk about what is regulated and unregulated, so the audience and the potential bettors may be aware where they can find the best providers and the best games in the market. And we expertise in all LatAm, but mainly Brazil, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, and Mexico, and that's pretty much it.
So as you can see from the introduction, we have amazing people today who have hands-on experience on the LatAm market and can, I believe, contribute today with some very creative ideas, because the questions we're gonna have are pretty much challenging. It's not what you would usually expect. It's not some standard questions. So I think it will be fun, and the point here is to have fun and
let's give it a try.
Yeah. We don't know the questions.
Some valuable ideas as well. So without further ado, I will go on. I go ahead with my first question to you. Yeah.
It looks like one of those games that you pick the card and you ask a question.
I'm gonna pick cards. Yeah.
It's dangerous. Do we win something at the end or what? Let's see.
Yeah, you win the public attention.
Audience like us, please.
Audience likes, and maybe more people will follow you on LinkedIn.
Yes, please. Yes, please. We'll advertise.
That's the best bonus we can have. So my first question to you is, if the LatAm iGaming market were a person, how would you describe their personality in 2025?
Oh.
You want to start? That's a nice one.
If LatAm was a person,
Exactly.
if LatAm was a person in 2025.
Imagine it's a person and you need to describe their traits of character.
I think there's a lot of similarities, and you can define one person on LatAm. But in general, I think it's more of differences than in common between LatAm countries. I think if there was a person, I would say there was like multi-personality person.
Gender fluid.
And gender
I hope
fluid.
not personality disorder.
Yes, I would imagine that, because if you think about LatAm, and usually you can think about a Latin person, and your tendency is to look like what is like the party going of a Brazilian person. But a Chilean person from Chile, they are not as party goers as Brazilian. They're not similar to the Colombian lifestyle. If you think like Argentina lifestyle is completely different. The way they behave, they are something common in LatAm that is most probably what we can correlate about the Latin countries, that is they're open-minded, but not everyone. So inside Brazil, you have very rich people, very poor people. You have people with so much fun. There are people with German-oriented kind of family. There are people from Italian immigrants from the 50s. So it's completely much more diverse than we can imagine. When you think about LatAm, we always think about one region, but it's much more complex than you can imagine. And I think the beauty of LatAm And the major problem of people that go in LatAm is they always think that's going to translate the website in Spanish, and that's LatAm. And it's completely different, every region in LatAm. That's what my thoughts about it.
Well, I can add that if we think about 2025, it's gonna be like a fast learning digital native, and also when we talk about LatAm, we are like really passionate, especially football. We have like Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Peru, also Chile. So yeah, I will describe how it's gonna be that.
Well, as I said, and I mean, Fred is completely right when he said that it's not one identity, it's multiple identities. Like Europe is not all European are the same. LATAM is exactly the same, actually even with more differences between each other. So I would say that if you are saying LATAM in 2025, again, confused. I would say a confused identity. Because as Fred said, everybody is different from country to country. And honestly, even think about Brazil. The size of Brazil is like from Portugal till Russia, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So it's one country covering a whole continent, Europe.
Right.
So yes, I would say with a bit of a problem of identity, but if I have to describe it with also a positive one, I always challenge the personality, as every country wants to succeed in this industry. For example, now everybody's talking about sleeping giant, right? Who was the sleeping giant 2 years ago? Who was 5 years ago? Who is now? So, everybody's kind of competing with each other to show to the rest that they actually can do something good in this industry. That's why also the regulations are coming quite solid in Brazil, for example, Peru
also.
Mexico is still uncertain what is happening over there, but Colombia is a strong one, and so on.
Yeah, and I agree. Like passion is something like if you want something similar to all of them. I think passion is one of them. This loving soccer, I think yes, but because if you go Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, maybe you also have other sports that are even more popular. If you look at South America, it's
football.
not only LATAM, because Central America, also Spanish speaking, is different from the rest of the LATAM.
Yeah, passion and expression in many artistic ways. That is oftentimes correlated with our industry and how we need to approach it to cater to the local audience. And maybe in the future we can do some specific LATAM country streams where we can dive deeper into the personality of a specific Latin American country. But again, even within the country, it's difficult to, explain or name common traits because people are different.
Much.
It's very complex, but we need to somehow find a way to target them.
Exactly.
One.
To target them and to fully understand what do they like, what they dislike, in order to properly target them and not just thinking, okay, as you said, I'm gonna run an ads in Spanish and I'm gonna cover all LATAM. No. It's not going to work like that, right?
Yeah.
So there is also some certain words that you use more in Chile rather than in Peru, rather than in Colombia.
We will
I'm sorry.
come later.
Please go with your amazing
so
cards.
So what happens is my second question, which will be not less tricky for you guys.
Let's see.
Imagine you are launching a new brand in LATAM tomorrow. So what's the one mistake you would absolutely avoid at all costs when you're launching a new brand in LATAM?
You want to start?
Yeah, why not? I think ignoring local creators, because mostly of operators, they focus only on affiliates, FTDs, maybe media buying, but you need to trust your brand, and that's the local creators, because they have big communities, they know the trends, they know how to speak to that country, and also get that trust for your brand. So it's really important to invest on them.
Good point here. And also your company does
that.
exactly that. So it's a good way of promoting your company.
Are we allowed to advertise on your company? I don't know. Okay.
If you start advertising, I believe 30 minutes wouldn't be enough.
Good.
Yeah. Anyone else?
You want to go next?
So, in my opinion, we're talking about a brand, so an operator, right? Mm-hmm. I would say geolocalized content. Because there are so many operators that launch their product in 10 different markets, and it says it's a copy-paste of my European sports betting sites or casino sites, you know? It's exactly copy-paste that my German one. Do you think it's gonna work a German site with that features and like UX, UI design in Colombia? No. Do you think that even your product that you prepared for the Colombian market, if you just said, you know what, I open to Mexico now, do you think it's gonna work if you don't change anything? No, you gotta change the design, the colors, the language, because it's Spanish, but use certain words that actually can recall for that specific geo. For example, there are some sites in Brazil now that they redesign everything in order to enter in Brazil, because they already had it in another market, maybe European or LatAm or US whatsoever. And they change completely the UX UI design. Now it's yellow and green to adapt it. Now, and again, another thing, for example, they did Portuguese from Portugal. So they use the language Portuguese from Portugal, and there is nothing that's gonna let a Brazilian more piss off than this. Nothing. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, totally.
Like the flag, when you select the language, you can choose the Portuguese language and you see the Portuguese flag, you don't see the Brazilian flag. Do you think they're gonna like it? No.
Point.
So you gotta understand the community and geolocalize your product, your content, your ads, everything.
The CRM, social media, because it's true. I saw some operators that have social media with some posts in English and they translate it only to Portuguese and put the same picture with the other text. So
I've seen that happening loads of time.
Yeah,
we have many brands that go for different geos, and first thing we ask them is like, are you prepared? Have you already localized the ads? Of course we did. We are in Spanish. And I was like, yeah, but we have the payment methods, and that's the technical part that many of them already did that. Some didn't, but at least the big majority nowadays know at least payment methods, because payment methods are different in every region in LatAm, and local payment methods are very important for the masses. Like over there, it's you can't relate on just absolutely having the standardized.
It's
you need the local
of
ones.
Conversion, success in the country.
Exactly.
But that is not enough. Then my following question is always, okay, now, but you have a local team that knows the market, that knows the people, that knows the channels and how to correlate with the audience. And if they don't, I was like, yeah, but it's going to be very hard. Like if you are don't have anyone over there, or you don't have a partner over there that can make you like aware, like who is the community that will do your brand awareness and trust. You don't kind of like staying on a website of an affiliate that can promote you, but if the people will not recognize you, it's going to be very hard. So you need to know the words, the modismos, like that they say in Spanish. You need to know the words that they use in every day. You need to know the faces that they want to see, because like you can't just go for Ronaldinho in all over LatAm. You need like the local Chilean players and faces and familiar faces.
Also, what are the best teams in the country? What are the big matches that you're gonna have in the weekend? So your team of CRM can do like really good bonuses or promote to send to your email. So
And these are kind of things that are almost impossible to do if you don't hire the local team.
Yeah.
People from Peru, for example, that will take care of this market and will provide you with the insights, the information.
Yep, totally.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I think we covered it up.
Yeah.
I'm just curious now. You have
good.
so many cards. So.
Moving on to the
They're
third
big.
question. It gets trickier and trickier.
Okay. It's beautiful. Even the card is beautiful itself. Wow, you did a great job.
We took care of it, so our brand is visible on the cards.
You see? Yeah.
Because MelBet is a sponsor of
In the
today's
cup.
Yeah, in the
games,
cup.
the cup. Okay, so my third question to you guys is, LatAm is hard to predict a crisis of political. In LatAm, it's hard to predict. Like in any country or in any region, it's hard to predict political crisis and changes. How does your company ensure that you stay up to date and you can react on these changes accordingly?
Can I start?
Yeah.
I really like it. So there is something called lobbying. Lobbying is something that is really involved in politics because they help to make decisions. They help government to make decisions, and they sometimes influence the government to make decisions. So if you follow the right people on social media, now you can have access to also lobbyist people. you can kind of predict what's going to happen. Of course, they are not the governor, but they are going to have certain power. So, and when they say something, they expose themselves, is always like, 80% probability that this is going to happen, because otherwise they wouldn't expose themselves. So the way how our company does it is basically, we have our lawyers, obviously, we have the people working in compliance, but already the salespeople, the commercial team, we basically need to have a knowledge about each of the market we're covering to understand what's the law, what the regulation says, who is in charge, which kind of orientation this person has, and then kind of play around those KPI and understand what could happen in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. If you do that, you cannot avoid, but you limit the damage. So that's, in my opinion, the only strategy a company can adapt in order to again, limit the damage that a new regulation or a change in a government can bring to the business. But as you said, every country faces this kind of issue quite often, but unfortunately and luckily sometimes. But in LatAm, many countries are still quite unstable. So especially in those countries, you need to allocate more focus and try at least to understand, okay, if the other part is going to come up, what's going to happen? Which kind of orientation this person has, how this person look like in a betting industry, in the gaming industry. So in my opinion, that's the only way to mitigate whatsoever can comes after a change in laws, in clauses in terms of regulation or in government itself.
Yeah, but I also think that in terms of the regulation for the iGaming, it takes time. It takes time. Everything that is like going, and I saw that in any country, making approval of a regulation takes time. It's conceptually hard to have everyone involved and all the interests aligned between like what is good for government, what is good for the people, what is good for the industry, what are we going to avoid with this strategy and other, and then they need to replicate models that exist in other countries. So usually people from the government go to other countries and analyze what did happen in the United States, what goes in Germany, what goes in the major countries that are already regulated for a long time, and they do pros and cons. But then you align that with the geopolitical, internal political interests. All of that takes time, and there are times of uncertainty, and that's the most complex part I think to run through uncertainty. Like Brazil was kind of like 3 years, kind of like since people were starting to say, oh no, this year, it's going to be this year. And 3 years after was still there. So when 2024 came, people say, no, this year is the year. And many people ignore that because, I've listened to that 2 years ago. 1 year ago, so maybe not. So sometimes so it's surfing the wave while it's still kind of like uncertain, but from one moment to another, things got very quickly in the end, and it was so rushed sometimes. So you go that direction, everyone's going that direction. No, that direction. And in the end, like those are the worst periods. So for example, if you think about Peruvian regulation was much more kind of stable. For example, Brazil was much more complex. The bigger the country it is,
of course,
the more complex the interest you need to
more money involved,
more interest involved.
More interest involved,
differences between regions and communities, and that's all.
And if I can add something, actually, is that as you said, like it's been going on the conversation about Brazil become regulated market like for 4 years since I joined the industry, honestly.
Totally.
And people were not prepared when this happened. Like you knew that this was gonna happen. Like 4 years talking about it. Then 2 months before regulation, 1 month before, people were panicking. What shall we do? And the first 2-3 weeks, operator and affiliate, even a month, operator and affiliate had issue. January was a horrible month for both operator and affiliates because people were like, what can I do and what I can't do? I don't understand, because also the regulation was not super clear, let's say, in many aspects.
Yeah, but for example, like you see now in Chile, the same thing. Like the regulation is coming, but it will take time, and so it gives us time for the operators and the affiliates to adapt. It's not something that's gonna go from a day to another. And the same way, like even I believe that even if the government changes from political left to political right or the inverse, they will not be able to completely also change the ecosystem from a moment to another. Like you can regulate for another. It's not. I don't believe there's going to be something like that hard or that harsh movement. It's not something that they are against it, like for example, like by religion, for example, like they all accept. It's more about the impacts on the ecosystem. So that's the main reason that. And there's interest of government always on the iGaming industry, so things will not change completely from a moment to another, right?
Yeah, it's like a process. For example, in Peru, the law and the regulation happen really, really fast, but also the government understand that this is something new for the country, and they were like really flexible for the operators, because sometimes they don't achieve something that is straight to the law, and they don't put it that penalty because it's like okay, that's a warning, but in the next time you have to do it. So
when I traveled to a LatAm conference a year ago, it was very much local. It was small, and what I heard from people there is that the Peruvian authorities are really easy to approach. Basically, you can, as I've heard, you can just talk to them directly and ask about how can I get the license, how can I get regulated, what needs to be done.
I have her WhatsApp of some of them, so I can write it, and I don't understand this. Okay, you have to do this. So they are really open to.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, really like that's
easiness.
Easiness. Yeah,
it should be.
Yeah, to effectively introduce the regulation in a country and create an ecosystem where every operator and affiliate will feel like, okay, these are clear rules. So. If you don't mind, we can
go ahead.
We still have plenty of questions, and we are running out of time. So my first question is, we do, because we have what to talk about.
That's the most important thing.
What's a commonly held myth about the LatAm betting industry that you think needs to die?
I think all of us already said that basically the language, in my opinion, is the biggest one. They think Spanish is enough to cover all markets, while it's not, because Spanish is different from country to country.
I have another one. I have another myth. Player value.
Sure.
Everyone thinks the player value in LatAm is very low. Is low player value. It's not. It's not the low player value.
At all.
It's lower than in Europe. But when you think and you say, oh, it's low, you imagine something like really kind of in the bottom, and it's not at all. Also, it's lower than Europe, way lower than Canada, for example, but it's a very reasonable player value. It's a very interesting player value.
Also, if you're comparing with the price of player acquisition, because of course player deposits way more in Canada, but to get that player, it's way more expensive than to get a player in Brazil or in Peru. But if you compare it, I think that is actually more worth to go to LatAm than for example.
Yeah, I think the ROI is much more interesting.
ROI is way more interesting,
and it's not lower as you can imagine, for example, Africa or Asia, some parts of Asia. It's not that kind of low. So it's kind of like, I would say, like, if you think half of Europe, it's not that bad. And you have like a very big, huge, and because LatAm, you have also like especially in Brazil, you see like the AAA. People live very, very, like, it's very easy for you to find a VIP over there. In all of these regions, if you find a VIP or a couple of VIPs, like it makes the whales, it pays the bill. And maybe like the masses, like, and the average is like half an European, but the high value players are as high as European or Canadian or American.
What else? Beside the language, I think the strategy, because you need like different strategy for each country. Also, it enters the language, but also the sport, because we talk about North America, football is not so important for them, but for South America, yes. Also, the artists maybe that you have, or the trends are different, so the strategy has to be more local, I think, for each country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. So you believe this is a myth that people sometimes
definitely
have about sports and creators? Good point of view, I'd say. Thank you guys for sharing your ideas. I believe these are quite some insights, and basically in LatAm the population is huge. This is another advantage.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yes,
So
and it's really huge.
Talk about the player value. just based on the population, you can get a good value out of the market.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. My next question to you is, which country in LatAm do you think is the sleeping giant of the industry? And what's holding it back? We've already mentioned the sleeping giant.
No, because there is always a sleeping giant, right? Then define the word giant. It has to be big, because if it has to be big, I would say Argentina. I think we all agree with Argentina.
Yes.
Because, you know why I say sleeping giant Argentina? Because first, the size is massive. Second, they love football, they love sports, they love betting as well. The problems are two at the moment. Regulation. The situation over there is crazy, like is by province, by region.
Yes.
So you need to work with certain operator there, other there. Oh, it's impossible. And the second one is the economic situation that they are facing. It's kind of going on. Are we in crisis? Are we not? You know, now with the election, you see how politics has a huge impact. The economic situation of a country has a huge impact on how the country can develop in certain industries, such as ours. So I would say these two. Now, if you don't talk about sleeping giant as a size of the country, I like to think about something that nobody actually considered, which is Panama. Panama player value. Guys, Panama is literally a country where many European, North American, Asian with money go to live. Player value there is insane. Per acquisition, maybe it's expensive as well. Lower amount of player, obviously it's a tiny country, but the value is insane. I saw it, it's like crazy and nobody's thinking about it. Maybe I'm giving some insight that I shouldn't because I would like to try now. So competition.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there are two sleeping giants that we are always talking about. So I think that's why we don't talk about them, because it's Colombia and Mexico. Because of the country size, of population and wellness, probably are the two most, if you think about like population multiplied by income per person, those two countries are like bigger, I think, than Brazil. But Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia are the three major countries in LatAm. Brazil already like regulated and is now economically stable. Mexico and Colombia, I think they don't, for different reasons, they didn't explode as you would imagine, like not becoming like the top tier one countries. So they are giants and they are sleeping because of that, but are sleeping already a long time.
That's not sleeping, exactly. That's never waking up.
Yeah, so they seem they will not wake up. So because of that, Argentina, I agree with Argentina, and I think it's much more related to the politics than to the, because they are like soccer lovers, and so it will make much sense for them to be willing to be more on sports betting. On regarding the smaller countries are higher income. Panama could be a nice idea. I agree, but it's like in Europe, like there's like some niches that
of course,
very rich, very
just
rich.
to try out.
Yeah,
I think it's worth it.
I think it will be interesting for VIPs.
Maybe they raise the price of the player acquisition.
Yeah.
So I agree with Argentina also. Mexico, because the size of the country, 130 million, is a bigger country, native speaker Spanish. So, and also when I went to different events years ago, I didn't see that mostly of operators ask for traffic from Mexico, but right now I saw a lot of people asking for Mexico creators, streamers, talking from a side of marketing. The influencers of Mexico are really, really big, are most than I think Peru, Colombia, Argentina, more followers, and also they know in other countries. So imagine you do a campaign in Mexico, you definitely gonna have reach in other countries. So that's good also if you want to focus in Latin.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I feel the same. I feel it's picking up. Mexico more than it seems that like something is picking up over there. If it's going to explode or not.
Well, there is a kind of monopoly from a brand, and that's also the problem.
Unfortunately, I need to interrupt you guys because we've run out of time.
Okay.
It was a very nice
Are
discussion.
the other question interesting or maybe because I don't know, maybe they missed something nice.
That we will keep for future streams.
For the next.
And I hope to see you again, and
Absolutely.
I hope we can get together at this table and talk about more topics within the LatAm market, maybe focus on specific country. as we said.
Please.
Finally.
Thank you
But
for
thank
having
you
us
so
here.
much.
Thank you.
I really
Thank you,
enjoyed
Natalia.
this stream, and I hope that our audience will also enjoy it. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia, for the
Natalia.
invitation.
So, bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
And we are back at the wavelength of YOSA. Oh, that was nice of me. So now we're starting a discussion on PR and marketing in affiliate and iGaming and everything in between. I'm joined by John Wright of StatsDrone, one of the most prominent voices in affiliate niche in LinkedIn, I would say. The person who always there, always comments, posts. And Martin Calvert of ICE Digital. Is it ICS?
It's ICS. I've got a typo on my badge today, unfortunately. So maybe I'll start to pretend that I'm from ICE and Clarion and start selling people stands at ICE or something. But
yeah.
No.
Then referral commission. Huh?
Yeah, anything will do. I'm not unfussy.
Then SEO.
Then SEO, yes.
No.
You want to stand and then also some SEO.
So, I'll be representing the Just Branding Agency. And basically, let's get into it. We are supposed to have one more person. Hopefully she'll arrive once she finds our nook. So guys, today we are meeting to talk about, discuss, have a conversation on the marketing and PR, because right now there are hundreds and hundreds of brands in affiliate, both as a operator brands, and then there could be an affiliate program on top of it, and there could be any combination of those factors. And you are, John, you are a person who runs StatsDrone, as I said before, a platform basically that aggregates all of the data about anything and everything in affiliate. And Martin, your company, I believe, provides various services for iGaming companies and affiliate companies in various types, quantities, and
lots
qualities.
of different sectors and lots of different multilingual services, but mostly things related to SEO, PPC, content creation, translation. Those are kind of the main things, but obviously PR is amongst those as well.
Yet I would like to underline one thing. We're not talking about the player acquisition, lead acquisition, directly for an operator. We are talking about stuff that is for promotion of the brand in one capacity or another. Because, at the conferences, at a certain point, sometimes when you talk to a person and you're like, oh, you are thinking I get traffic for a brand, and no, that's not me. All right, so what I was wondering, first thing I would say, what was your take on the PR in the affiliate iGaming? Because there are more brands than you can count, and any affiliate is working with hundreds of them at any given moment. If we're talking about something big and strong, sorry. What is your take on how those things should be done, and how does it intertwine with the SEO part of things?
I guess one thing to say is PR is probably the hardest thing that we do, probably by quite a big margin. When we compare it to things like technical SEO or link building or translation, you have more control over the outcome of that, I would say. Whereas with PR, you're really dependent on the right time, the right contact, the right message, the right kind of hook for your campaign, and things can go wrong really badly. However, when it works well, it's a really good way for affiliates in particular to achieve a whole lot of things all at once, which if you're cost conscious with limited budgets, as most affiliates are, that's quite important. So you mentioned the SEO dimension. Link acquisition is still a big part of SEO, especially in this particular sector. So earning backlinks is kind of the holy grail for a lot of people, and certainly if you can earn backlinks that are in top tier publications that might not be as topically relevant as something focused on gambling, but they are big publications like Le Monde, Die Welt, the big kind of mainstream publishers, that's a way to stand out, but it's also a way to get more authority into your site. And when we're talking about newly regulated markets, or where there's lots of competition, it's one way to stand out. And although it isn't related to immediate traffic generation, as you mentioned, it might be a way to establish a bit more trust for people who might not know your brand, but they might not know your competitors either. So it's a way to support your SEO, become a little bit more trusted. Maybe you do get some direct traffic if you get some good coverage. And also it's just a way to, I guess, boost other initiatives like your SEO, like maybe any influencer relation type work you might be doing. I think it just helps you, and as an affiliate that can combine to help you broker better deals, because you can say to an operator, look, we're an established presence, we're a serious entity, we have options, we don't need to take the deal that you're offering, we can get a better deal. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's better to have that ability to make a negotiation happen.
Yeah, in my point of view, I mean, I remember when I used to run affiliate sites, I mean, some of my digital PR, I wouldn't say I was like amazing at it, but there would be times where I actually was getting legit, real good traffic and players coming from those articles. So that is a part of it, and I don't think that ever should be ignored, because you never know when your next whale of a player is going to come through that digital PR link, click on the link, now knows who you are, and then they end up on your newsletter, and then you've captured like a lot of value. And you know, I think with digital PR, I don't understand what's going on in the affiliate space today. I think there's some really good affiliates that know what they're doing. They understand the power of digital PR and how it should be done, but there's a lot of them that don't know what they're doing. And you know, I hate to say it, but it's like I've got a couple sites where they're just basically, yeah, we'll take a payment for articles, and I'm kind of like, at some point I'm getting so much demand for it. I'm like, I think you guys actually shouldn't be buying from here. I think you should actually be focusing more on quality. So the fact that these link selling agencies haven't really disappeared, I do think maybe in the next year they might kind of struggle a bit as Google starts kind of refactoring, and then they're realizing the budgets that they're spending on it's not giving them the ROI. And the people that are doing digital PR well today, they're doing well, and I think they're actually going to be the ones that are going to start leapfrogging. I think when, you know, Google starts becoming this new type of search engine, like we're there.
Isn't Google losing the position of the number one?
Well, I mean, I think we've been debating this today in various panels, but I think for now, given its importance, you know, we obviously need to react to changing circumstances, but right now, Google will bring so much traffic to so many affiliates, so we can't ignore what works today, right now. Maybe things change in 8 months, who knows, but I think for now, particularly given the flexibility affiliates have, because we need to think, what are the strengths and weaknesses. So sometimes affiliates can be quite jealous of operators and their big budgets and, you know, their access to different things like sponsoring, you know, some Premier League team or that kind of thing. F1, you know, all sorts of things. Whereas with affiliates, you know, one of the benefits you have is the ability to make faster decisions and be a bit more creative. Not to go completely insane and do something wildly controversial that will offend people, although some people do end up doing that because they lack the discipline. But you can decide quicker. I think sometimes for PR campaigns that aren't around pure brand building, operators can be really slow to act, or they have compliance teams which do a great job, but they might kill a good creative idea because it's a little bit out of the norm. And that's kind of where affiliates can step in and do something cool. And there's so many campaigns that we've run that are just hilarious, or they're serious, and it's just a way to cut through. I'm happy to give examples of that type of thing, but it's one of these areas where affiliates can benefit from that flexibility. So lean into your strengths, I suppose. Yeah,
educational or entertainment. It's like pick one. Sure. If you could do both, great. But yeah, either or.
Yeah.
But for the affiliates, affiliates tend to, I wouldn't say parasite, but like if there is like a PR event, I don't know what's the correct word. So basically, the PR campaign launched, something happened, the operator did some stuff, and then the affiliates, like, they are capable of, because of the great flexibility, they are capable of like doing all of the technical stuff to be higher than the original. What's your take on that?
I mean, I think it depends on your appetite for risk. I think sometimes doing that can be very successful, but then some operators will be like, well, okay, you're very clever, but you're stealing traffic that I would have got, or stealing attention that we've put 6 months into, therefore we don't like you very much. And it's a relationship-based business. On the flip side, I think sometimes affiliates are able to think of some of these bigger issues, like you say, and tap into something that's time-sensitive in a way that operators are just not set up to do. That's kind of where it gets interesting. And as John says, you know, if you create something interesting or something entertaining, anything that stops somebody scrolling and start them reading, that's probably something a journalist will pay attention to. So if you have that as your hook, you then build out from there and think, okay, how do I then summarize this in an email, and how do I summarize this in a subject line in an email or a DM so that journalists actually read my compelling message? That's a big part of the battle as well. You know, not just having the concept and having the campaign or the PR hook, but making sure people read it. That's probably the hardest part.
Mm-hmm. And well, if we are getting into stuff that people read, you guys, I wouldn't say generate, because it would sound diminishing, but you create a lot of great content on LinkedIn. I have seen you on the stages of one of the most prestigious conferences out there. The things you post, the sheer amount of affiliate BI podcast, Jesus Christ, that's like, and you do it all by yourself, I believe, with an editor.
Yeah, I'd love to have this set up here, but I currently do it all solo, and it actually doesn't take me a lot of time. And I kind of look at other people, whether it's affiliate or operators, I'm like, everyone should be jumping in it. Like, I do think we will get to a point in time where we're going to be, okay, now there's too many podcasts, but it's going to go full circle back to what we're talking about, quality. Quality of affiliate sites, quality of digital PR, and yeah, I think what we have to do, it's like, if we want to make sure that people pay attention to us and respect what we're saying, it's like we have to meet them halfway and push the narrative and go, how are we going to share something that's not been said before? That's probably, it's maybe easy for us because we've been doing that for a while. At least I know Martin has. So it's like, when I watch, people like Martin kind of, step up their game, it's like, okay, what do I need to do to grab their attention? And sometimes my stuff actually gets written about by other people. And when that happens, or maybe you get this all the time, it's when I've had people say, your last article was shared with our entire team Slack channel. I'm just like, okay, this is what I'm after. It's not the impressions and the clicks of what other people see visibly. It's behind the scenes.
I think that's really important for any kind of B2B organization, and for ourselves. We work in an industry that has lots of money and lots of budgets. That doesn't reflect our budgets as as an agency, as a service provider. We're not like an operator level. So I think if there is some kind of activity that can get you a signal boost through other people's audiences, that's really good. So from a B2B perspective, one thing that we do for ourselves is have our own very, very basic podcast. So audio only, quite rough and ready in terms of the setup, but we get it out consistently every 2 weeks, like forever. And that's kind of where we would, for example, have, people from within this industry, people with like FanDuel or Betfair or Cypher Sports, or there's like really cool people who know about the industry, and I guess when they post about it themselves, their following starts to understand that, okay, maybe these guys at ICS Digital maybe know something about this industry as well. And we do that with people outside of gaming as well, so like Vodafone, like Pernod Ricard, Marks and Spencer, big kind of e-com brands and kind of retail brands and food and drink brands. So it's a comparatively inexpensive way for us to benefit from that network effect that John mentioned. But this is also something that affiliates can consider. But I think it's worth leaning into what you're already good at, because if it's real work, you're not going to maintain that. I think it's easy to start some kind of marketing or PR initiative with good intentions, but once it becomes work, you might be tempted to let it slip a little bit. And it's really consistency over time that builds that audience, B2C and B2B. So maybe it is podcasts for some people. For other people, maybe it is doing wacky creative PR campaigns. For other people, it might be something more data-driven. So for example, we've done campaigns with universities using academic studies that we've commissioned on the really serious side. We've done interviews with like sports people and footballers and this kind of thing to get exclusive content that is then outreach for PR. And then we've done really kind of silly, hilarious, almost unrelated campaigns, like a dream job campaign where you can apply for the chance to be an NFL food taster in the arenas in America. And then that gets lots of local press because, for journalists, they want to, give the opportunity to their readers. And then you can outreach the story with people having a great time eating various types of really unhealthy hot dogs until they get a heart attack.
And then I'll add to that, it's like, sometimes you don't know what's going to work, whether it's digital PR or LinkedIn. So for me, I'm always testing and go, sometimes something takes off when I don't expect it. And like, just to give you one example of a campaign, we're like, okay, we don't do enough product marketing on the B2B side, but we built a feature in our app which helps affiliates detect shaving. That's a pretty controversial topic in the space.
So many words are said, so many spears are broken.
We're allowed to swear on this podcast, right? that's basically like a swear word. So that campaign it's taking off. People are talking about it. They're coming up to me and saying, like some of them, like they're almost even afraid to even comment on it. But I did a survey and I said, do you believe this has happened to you at least once? And I think I had 150 affiliates say yes. And the only people that wrote no were affiliate managers. So campaigns like that, because I've seen this reaction, I'm literally going to like copy, the playbook of, what Martin does, which is like, I now need to go actually do articles. I need to do digital PR on this because I know this has worked and I've tested on LinkedIn, it's like I have a recipe here. I'm eager to do it.
Can you like manufacture the marketing success of a piece of content that basically, so you produce it a lot?
Like people try, and I think so this is where we will reject work, because sometimes people will come to us and say, we want to talk about this product release, and we'll say, well, what is the newsworthy element of this? And they'll say, well, it's a best-in-class casino platform. Okay,
no shit.
so is everybody's. That's what they all say, and they're all kind of slow and rubbish and all of this. But so we won't try and push at a locked door. It's got to be something interesting, and that example from is a really good one, because it's factual, and it's related to business, but it's also really emotional as a topic. So any kind of emotion you can bring in, like disgust, hilarity, lust, jealousy, so all of the positive emotions and negative emotions, it's just some kind of emotional core that again might stop people scrolling. So that's probably what you want to bear in mind if you are kind of creating a story. So something that isn't immediately related to your product, but might be like 2 steps removed. So for example, in iGaming for affiliates, often we'll do campaigns, PR campaigns around luck or life chances or Vegas or Ocean's 11 or James Bond, the casino relationship. So we'll try and find some topic that is related to the industry but has broader appeal, and think what kind of data and what kind of emotional element can I put into this to create a campaign.
But this is for the promotion of the given operator product, like basically
it could
reach the players.
It could be affiliates, it could be operators. I mean, most of the time we're doing this for SEO reasons. We're looking to get big backlinks for our affiliate clients and our operator clients. On the more strictly B2B side, for example, game platforms and game studios and these type of people, that might be more about what we call reactive comment.
That's very tricky stuff, because that's a very niche.
It is, and that's also where sometimes the product releases, yes, it might get some write-ups in the industry press, but I question how many people are reading that. It might get listed, but who's going to actually stop and read it and click through from a newsletter? Reactive comment, I think, is much better, where if there is some breaking news, let's say about regulation in Germany or Brazil, and somebody from that company can very quickly give a good quote, that is probably where you can capitalize on that interest and be more relevant. People go, okay, these guys are, I understand from the context, these guys are active in Brazil, this game studio. I'm going to see what games they have. So that's kind of where the speed can be more interesting, even from a B2B perspective.
And I think there's an underlying message. It's not easy. Like, you're probably getting clients all the time going, I have something I think is innovative, but it's just another boring concept. Unfortunately in iGaming, there's been a lot of boring concepts done over and over again. But I do think we're finally starting to see a breakthrough of like new products and things being built that are actually worth writing about. So
such as?
I guess you could say like, sweepstakes casinos, that's been a new one. Poly markets, that's been exciting. I mean, that's actually just breaking through where it's like, yep, it's legal, we're going with it.
We're betting on stuff.
And then, but it has such a profound impact that this is reaching further out in the industry. Like, I do think also like another topic like lottery. Lottery, I don't think has been, what do you call it? We haven't activated the lottery space in iGaming. It's like out of the 5 things. Now, lottery, it touches almost everyone in the world. As soon as we can get like lottery and we can get like, Polymarket and Kalshi pulling more people in, this is how I think the industry could grow. But I think where we're going to see better growth, and those articles that are actually going to be picked up by bbc.co.uk will be when it's so interesting, or there's so much really good data behind it that it's worth writing about.
Yeah, I'd agree. Anything where you're either leading the market by spotting something that might already be happening, but you're the person to put the data together and say, look, this is a thing, or something where there might be some, I guess, opportunities to create something new if there isn't like a product dimension to it. And I think sometimes that's what we see in... So I'm fortunate enough to be invited to judge a few different awards in the industry. Fortunately. Yeah, I am very open to bribery, by the way, if anybody... No, I'm not. That's a lie. That's a lie. Beep. But I think that's the case where, there might be 20 entries and 5 will have something genuinely interesting, like something new. And I don't mean that other entries are bad, but they're just functional. I think people need to... And not one thing, that's okay. Not everybody needs to be an innovator to be successful. But if you want to really push things forward, you have something to say from a PR perspective. it's not worth, again, pushing at a closed door with your product, which is not distinct from anybody else. And sometimes people get in that position because their boss tells them that this is a great product. And what can you do? You're an internal PR manager. You got to work with what you're given, and then you maybe come to an agency like us and say, "Please, can you do something?" And that's a challenge. So it is difficult. But again, from the affiliate perspective, I think they normally have something better that they can say if they want to invest in it.
And the thing I was wondering, in B2B marketing, it's like what in all of this stuff in LinkedIn that we keep talking to each other, like commenting that stuff. What's your take on an opinion as a cornerstone for your personal development of brand, for example? Because there are so many people out there who are basically representing brand in one way or another. But you have seen those people; they have different colors and banners in their profiles, and yet the good ones have an opinion. The generic ones don't. And what's your take on that?
I mean, I think everyone needs to run their own race and decide where they want to sit in it. I'd say my online and my event personality, to be honest, it is me, but it is cranked up a couple of notches because I recognize I am a ridiculous individual. A 41-year-old man with stupid dyed hair, and I look like an angry Santa Claus. So I just kind of lean into that.
I'll take it.
I lean into that as much as I can. Because there is, from B2B perspective, there is something to be said for being recognizable. Being recognizable and unliked is not terrific, but being recognizable.
Better being not recognized.
I guess so. But I guess from my side of it, I think I try and be disciplined about wording things in a non-stereotypical way, because you could easily fall into the trap of saying, "Happy to be at this event. It's a wonderful, insightful event," and you're saying the same things as everybody else. Whereas at least throw some adjectives in there.
Or insults. Make it entertaining for us.
Absolutely. Get into some massive regulatory breaches, whatever it takes. But I think you've got to lean into what suits you. So some people are not really that personality driven. I think other people, it's perfectly fine for them to be more analytical. So I remember, oh my goodness, I've forgotten the person's name. It was really bad. But there was a person at OddsChecker who used to do really, really great posts on LinkedIn. I really appreciated, and it was using company data to kind of identify different trends and the rankings of different operators, and I really enjoyed that. And it wasn't like sensationalistic or using humor. It was just really good content. So I think it comes down to providing some kind of value, whether it's factual, emotional, making somebody laugh, some reason to exist. That's kind of key. And obviously AI, all of your pictures, so you look completely unrecognizable. That works.
Yeah, in my point of view, it's when I started the podcast, it's I followed a guy named Tom Hunt, and he's got a company called Fame.so, and he basically does podcast coaching for specifically B2B. So what he advocates is for people to have their own voice. So don't go up against the current. And it's the same thing for affiliate marketing. Like, don't build the next Ask Gamblers. Build like something that's super niche. So when I thought about, okay, what could I do? Well, iGaming is a pretty easy one. Affiliate marketing, okay, that's kind of niche, but it's like, how do I want to go further niche? And it took me a little while before I decided, okay, it's going to be business intelligence and affiliate marketing. So I am very passionate about data. My background's engineering, so it's going to be pretty easy for me to talk about that stuff on a really geeky level. So just like when you pick your own voice, it might sound kind of cliche, but if you don't do that, you are going to end up, as Martin said, you're just going to be like in the sea of sameness on whether it's LinkedIn posts or even content. So, I mean, no one wants another Bet365 casino review unless you're just going to be like, the Ozman, version of it, where you're just so ridiculous that it's entertaining. It's, come up with data or come up with entertainment and pick one, pick a voice, and and then, not a lot of people want to be. No one wants to fail, but it's like you gotta kind of just go through it and fail a couple times and have some LinkedIn posts that end up getting like no likes. But you have to remember, it's like if they don't like it or if they don't see it, you haven't lost anything. Yeah, it's embarrassing for you, but you're the only one who's getting embarrassed. Like when it's only been seen by 5 people and no one else sees it, it's like, look, if that post was really bad, you actually don't want that in front of more people. Thank LinkedIn for actually saying, no, that was a pretty shitty post, and next.
I think also, like, the more hard work it is, the more you might be anxious for results. So I think if you focus on types of messaging and, for LinkedIn type of thing, focus on the tone of voice and the topics that genuinely interest you, it will feel less like work, and it will actually be less work as well, because It's like somebody asking you to describe your kitchen. Well, I know what my kitchen is like. It's not work for me to do that. Right? So if you're focusing on things that you're already into, like John says, like, you know, business intelligence, data, it's not hard work compared to, you know, fabricating entire new personality that might not take off. You know,
a content plan, a strategy
exactly.
of like
so
everything.
It shouldn't be that hard, because if you're doing something that's unnatural to you, it's going to be hard going, and you're not really going to want to persist with that if it fails. Whereas there's value in just being authentic to yourself, even with a smaller audience. And one of the things we have to wrestle with all of the time in all of these platforms is you're limited by the algorithm. So I've literally had posts that get 150,000 views. I've had posts that get 50 views, and it's, you know, there's lots of things that people think about that might influence that. You know, it seems like if you get some likes very quickly, that might open up the platform to show it to more of your followers, or if you get more comments. And I guess I've tried to experiment a little bit with being a bit more personal, you know, saying in my experience, and dropping in phrases like that seems to be what people like, and also what the platform likes. Not so much the repetitious, I'm at this event, come and see me, which is probably a trap that I fell into a bit. So I'm trying to experiment myself and see, well, how can I get my stuff shown to a greater proportion of my 20,000 followers, and not just... Well, you must be way more than that, John. You're like a celebrity.
I'm almost 14,000.
See, there you go.
But one thing I'd add to that is some of my posts that have maybe low engagement have sales behind it. And I know other SEOs, they tell me the same. They're like, yeah, you see these videos with 50 impressions? I made like hundreds of thousands from that one video. And these are things that you don't see behind the fence.
That's a really good point. Also, the point you made earlier about when people actually share something internally, that's not necessarily reflected in your stats, but you know the outcome. So, for example, when we do like a podcast or a Q&A on the blog, some of those have gone really well because somebody gave fantastic answers and their boss saw it and their boss shared it around their entire department, which is fantastic for the participant, but it's also nice for us because we, by association, get a bit of extra visibility. So it's not just about the metrics and the clicks and the likes, it's like what happens in the real world when people consume this information. Mm-hmm. So I think that's also where you can, you know, be encouraged by, you know, being yourself and focusing in on the end result.
Okay, and the last, I believe, part of our conversation. You have been around the block on the conferences. I have seen you two guys like at more conferences that I can count. You're very easy to spot, by the way. That's you two, because you're always. I believe you have like a walk-in closet.
Yeah, basically, it's like underwear, shoes,
and all of the. And you tend to change hairs, but the beard stays, so that's fine.
It does. It gives the illusion of having a chin. Otherwise, it's just one cylinder of like ham.
So what's your take? How are you guys? Is it your first AffPapa event or
second for me? Really enjoy it.
What's your take on their place, because they are gaining traction? Yeah. They are.
Well, I mean, for me, just like in summary, I think there's a place for these really, really big events, but I find them comparatively stressful. And events like this, where there's definitely plenty of people, but it feels more democratic. Like everybody's talking openly to each other. You don't need to walk 2 kilometers to a meeting and then, you know, get delayed. Yeah, so everything's pretty, you know, centralized. The panel quality, I think, is really, really good. Personally, I really appreciate the diversity on the panels as well. More of a gender split, more of a kind of split in terms of life experience and kind of career experience on the panels. I think that's really useful to get some new information. So I think they do a really good job from that perspective. And then just the openness of people talking is really fantastic.
Yeah, I think there is a demand where, we're never going to say, okay, ICE is going to disappear. That's always going to be a big event, and that's fair. But I do think with these smaller events, you get the chance to actually talk to the people you want. Where sometimes at a place like ICE or, you know, a big event like Sigma, it's like sometimes you see the person, it's the last time you see them. It's like you've lost your opportunity to talk to them. And here it's, I just found from last year the networking was spot on. I was like, this is worth coming back to again.
And the weather is nice.
Yeah, and nice podcast opportunities as well. So that's fantastic as well.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time. It was a pleasure to see you. I hope we'll see each other somewhere down the road during one of the many upcoming conferences of this year. It was a pleasure talking to you. to the two of you, but there were supposed to be three of us. And follow Martin, follow John. Order stuff from ICS.
Yeah, sure.
Everything.
All of it.
Only the things
Max
you need.
card.
And follow Stats Drunk for the stuff you may know or may not yet know.
That's true.
About the affiliate programs, and find out more about us, Just Branding Agency. We're going to help you guys. Thank you very much, and see you around.
Hi everyone.
Hi, hello.
So today we are in a panel about revenue share or CPA. My name is Martin. I'm CEO of company Media24, affiliate company who owns more than 60 websites focused on sports betting. So guys, introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Thank you. So I'm Tamara. I've been in the industry for 7+ years. Now I'm from the operator side. I have quite versatile history. So I was from the provider side, from the affiliate side also. So right now we are launching a new brand. So hopefully it's gonna go well.
And if not secret, in which geo?
It will go. We are going to have a Juan license. So it is going to be applicable for everybody. Hopefully.
My name is Ricardo. I'm probably younger than most of the people in this podcast, but I've been 3 years in Alce Digital. I'm the sales manager for the LatAm and Brazilian markets. Alce Digital is an SEO specialized agency. We have the brands Aposta Legal and Aposta Legal. Main geos: Brazil, LatAm, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, and Mexico.
So you work only with regulated brands?
For Brazil, Peru, yes, and Mexico. For Chile and Ecuador, a little bit more careless with the regulation. But we do have a need for localization, translation, local currencies, etc.
Okay, so maybe let's deep already in this case. So different geos, how you choose to revenue share or CPA?
Yeah. For our case, I think regulation is like a heavy toll on our decision, especially when a market is more mature and it's regulated. You have more trust as well in the operators, because when you're choosing like revenue share over CPA, you're basically taking a vow of trust in the operator that the players will remain there, that data is somewhat trustable. No. You have trust in the data, okay? So you need to have that degree of the revenue share, and the players that I'm giving you are the leads that we're generating will stay there for the lifetime that we agree that it is there. When you're going through, like more Curacao or gray market and stuff like that, where there are a lot more, cowboys, casinos that appear one day and maybe 3 months in they maybe disappear, either CPAs or even like the famous or infamous listing fees are more appropriate to reward that type of lead generation.
And from your side, when you choose with affiliates, CPA or revenue share?
Well, it depends on the market that we are going for and the traffic source. That it's like key indicator is the traffic source that the affiliate has. Some traffic sources need upfront like investment from the affiliate side, which makes sense to give them CPA, but with specific KPIs obviously in the baselines, and I'm being paid for the affiliates in that. As for the revenue share model, we tend to go for the revenue share for the long run and long-term deals, which are like quality affiliates, SEO affiliates. Well, I wish PPC did that on the revenue share side, but to give you an idea, I would love to work on the hybrid mode for all the affiliates, because it gives you an advantage to make sure that you are also like profiting from the deal. So,
but if affiliate come to you and tell, I want only CPA, it's okay for you or not?
Unfortunately, they do for especially the Brazilian market, also Indian market and African market recently. So CPA is like to go for the low LTV players. And it depends on the traffic source once again, but it's super important to make sure that you do your due diligence first of all, and second of all, we understand it's an investment from the affiliate side, so you work with the CPA if they ask for it, but you also have to make sure that you're comfortable with the amount. It's like on the benchmark of the specific like geo that you're working for, and maybe check in with your colleagues if they have the experience with the affiliate or not. So that's my personal approach.
I honestly 100% agree, especially when you're talking about like the quality itself. It's not only like the quality traffic, it's like also the source, because obviously, like if you're talking about getting influencers or reality stars, reality show stars, or those Telegram groups, for example, they might ask you for only CPA, because they also know that yes, you have their brands for 1 month, and the next month they'll have another brand. So the LTV is not high, and they need to get paid now, if that makes sense, because they're not choosing to have you on a committed relationship for 1-2 years. Like, obviously, I work much more closely with SEO, so when we do like list a brand and do the reviews and do the content for a specific brand, especially in obviously regulated markets, we're, at least in our minds, or if we have an IO or a contract, we're having them for 2, 3, 4 years. So if it, and especially in SEO where we have ups and downs, there needs to be that, I guess, recurring revenue as well for the investment that we made in said brand.
Yeah, we also should like, if I may, we also should like also understand like as an affiliate, and you know it like super well. So from the affiliate side, it's super tough to bid on a new casino or an emerging casino because you don't know the conversion rate, you have no idea what kind of CRM systems they have intact, and you don't know how flexible the brand can be. So therefore you don't know, and you are betting your players. So CPA is more comfortable, you get paid for what you did, and otherwise you should like have a background check on everything, every single step, and who has the time for that, you know? You have like tens of brands who are working with you constantly, and then there comes the new brands who you have to recruit. So basically from my side, what I try to do, I try to keep my communication with the affiliates like straightforward, and I understand that if like somebody has a better conversion rate to click to registration, click to FTD, right? The main thing there is like, even if you play $100 CPA, $200 CPA, or whatever they're asking for and more, it's not going to be profitable long term. So building trust and relationship is like way different. And plus we also like saw recently that SEO wise and SEO affiliates are not only the ones that tend to go for the CPA deals, but also like additionally there is community based traffic, which is also like similar to SEO based on my experience. I wish they did the deals, but well, community is like straight niche traffic.
So I have a question for you. When you start your SEO business, then in the start you choose revenue share or CPA, or in the while you change this?
I think there are a lot of factors that eventually come to that decision, especially like when you're starting. You also have a lot of leverage with the brand. So sometimes you have to kind of take what you can get, especially in the start, because what traffic do you have to actually initiate a negotiation? Again, if we're like operating on a trustable base, I would say maybe revenue share will be the best because of all things that I said.
Yeah, but still it's for long term. So in the start you don't see the money.
Yes, that's why we also have, again, hybrids that could be like a compromise. Okay. But again, when you don't have the leverage, sometimes it can be hard as well to, you know, go for the CPA to pay salaries for your employees, for example. But yeah, it's obviously difficult, and it depends on a lot of
because factors. I see a lot of new companies, affiliates who choose in the start CPA because, how you already told, need to pay salaries for employees, need to make SEO, buy backlinks, and so on. So yeah, sometimes you choose different.
It depends.
It depends.
It depends.
One more question about social media traffic. Why do you think it's not possible to work with revenue share?
It's definitely possible. Like we have some cases of that, but it's way harder because, for example, you're not. It's not your own property. Yeah. Like when you're agencying, for example, like a social media star or reality show star, they have their life, they have their accounts, they're providing a service to you. They will not, unless you're talking like one-to-one, so the provider goes directly to the reality show star. They're not committed in the same way you are to first like the casino or the operator, and so they basically want the money now, get the acquisition that they're giving you now, not even think about a sub-affiliation model, for example, or something like that.
So, for operator, there is some red flags when affiliate come and you, oh no, I will not work with them.
Oh yes, obviously.
So maybe you can share some.
If they're being super pushy, and it's like coming from the person who had experience prior to that, which was like paying upfront fees, and then like people tend to disappear, and you learn from the experience, you know. So basically, yeah, they're being like sometimes pushy, but mostly if they, it's a joke, but like if someone tells me HQ, they have HQ traffic, that's a red flag 100%. Besides that, when they have like, they tell you that they can deliver thousands of FTDs on the market that like would not deliver for sure, and you know the affiliates who would. Basically, that's mostly about it. The person itself like gives a red flaggish kind of vibe, and when you ask for like the screenshot of their analytics or how do they build their brand or how do they like get the niche traffic that we're all in the business, we understand that it should be like specific towards your company, that you are doing something different. So they send you a screenshot of the Sell Expert or any other affiliate platform where it shows like fake numbers 100%, and you know it doesn't look like that. So conversion rate over 70% on the Indian market. So that's a red flag, obviously.
And for affiliate, do you have also red flags?
Oh, we have a lot of red flags as well.
Bring it on.
Especially when operators like, again, I think it's kind of similar as well. Because when operators do that kind of outreach to affiliates, and they're like, first of all, they have like zero patience, which is something like, yeah. And they not only like bombard you with questions, which we're not afraid of questions. We're going to answer every question that you have if obviously the brand makes sense to us. But if they then go like, we ask them, for example, for localization, do you have local currencies? Maybe, let me check. And when they do check, they totally change the subject because they know they don't have it, but they just want to like move forward to the next question. And it's like we need the discovery phase. I know like in iGaming the sales cycle is not the same as in B2B SaaS or whatever, but we do need like a mutual discovery. So the casino has to be patient as well to answer the questions. Even if it makes sense or it doesn't make sense, let's please find out instead of you just going, okay, I saw you on Hrefs, you have 100,000 traffic, we need to be there, we'll pay 1 million euros or whatever to be there. But let's just please take things seriously and actually make sure that you guys fit in whatever domain we're working with.
So from my case again is if operators come and tell, oh, we are ready to pay 70% revenue share. Yeah, right. From their pockets, no.
You know what? The first brand that I was working for, they did really pay 70%. Well, besides that, of course, like there are some brands who are willing, but it depends on the market and also on the percentage for the specific affiliate that you are talking about. So they still profited, and we can talk about it later.
Okay, about revenue share. From your side, how much you can trust this data, what you see?
How much? Very little. That doesn't mean I don't trust the operator. Yeah. It just means that we have to do our own homework and actually see what the true revenue share it is. Because, for example, like when we're talking about admin fees or the NGR or the GGR, it's like we're taking a piece or a percentage of a cake that we actually don't know what the cake is made of. Like, yes, it's internal, we can share it, but it's going to take a while. I have to reconcile with my management. And it's like, yes, you're telling us that you're going to give us 65% or 75% or some aggressive rate that you said, like 70 or 80%. Okay, but what is that? Like, you're just giving like a percentage, a relative number of something that I don't know what it is. You can tell me it's NGR, okay, but what compiles that NGR? And so it is a bit tricky, and again, it changes from market to market, from regulation to regulation. But you do need to make like your homework. You need to test things. We do these things at also like wellness checks, where like we take the reports manually. We actually try to calculate what the real percentage can be. And if it varies like 3, 4, 5%, that's okay. But if it varies like 20%, like some brands that I will not name, should, and they just tell you like it's a technical error or a bug or it's kind of hard to trust that.
I had the same case that I see many mistakes in a platform,
And
mistakes or mistakes?
They thought that it's mistakes, but when I found these mistakes and I write like 10 questions, how it's possible to...
I wouldn't want to receive that. I don't want to be the receiving end of it.
They received, they didn't answer. After that, I go to platform who has this information, and I ask them, guys, how your partner operator can change this data in your platform? And they look at me and, are you an affiliate? And yes, and they blocked me.
No.
Yes, and they don't speak with me, and it was crazy.
Wow.
And what second thing was operator. After that, I opened like after 1 week account, and there I see 20,000 euros. Guys, what it is? Maybe answer to the questions. Now they send like 20,000 euros and take my money and shut
your
up.
silence.
So it's not always you can trust what you see, and it's I think for affiliates a really pain in the ass.
From my side, what I am proud of, honestly, throughout my whole career, the admin fee was not visible from the platform that we used to work for, and I went ahead. I talked to affiliate guard dog. We had a conversation about like why was the brand blacklist, etc. So we put in a lot of work. It's not a secret. Yes, we pay some admin fees, and I don't understand why these brands. I can break down the percentage, the payment, the cashbacks, and the promotions that you run, and I'm all up for. And I'm talking like honestly here, I'm all up for like breaking down the fees. The last platform I used had like separate fees for the payment system, for the bonus system, and for the admin fee additionally. So affiliate has an availability to see a specific information. It's not. I really don't understand what's the fuss about. You know, I love this industry just because there is a win-win situation for affiliate, for operator, and a player. I really don't understand why we complicate these things. So we do pay fees. If I don't like give away bonuses, you are not gonna get the revenue share. So it's like intertwined in such a way. So I'm all up for like we say what we pay for, and you know what I pay for.
But you know, it's not like this in industry.
I know, but I do that, and I like really am proud of that, and I will continue so.
Yeah, but it's again, you do it. You also do all trust. Yeah. And we are sitting here. These guys who are sometimes cheating or showing incorrect data, they are not sitting on podcasts and don't speak about this.
For sure.
Yes.
For sure.
So.
And in defense of operators, there are some goodish actors, or at least they're not. The industry is not all these kind of bad actors that you can't trust, and they do have like some nuisances. For example, like in regulated markets, for example in Portugal, where we do have affiliation as well. The taxes are very particular. They're in wagering, and it's kind of a mess. But if you trust the brands that are there, you can have that degree of, I know it's really difficult for you as well to calculate the admin fees. Just give me an idea or give me an idea of the calculation so we can have a notion of what to expect as well at the end of the month, for example. So yeah, in defense of them, they also have a lot of things to calculate, but I think we've all benefited from more transparency and more trust.
100%.
So how it's operator side, working with CPA affiliates and revenue share affiliates, there is some different structure or something, or it's similar?
In terms of like deal types, commission wise, or like approach that we have.
How many big teams you need for revenue share or for CPA?
Well, I tend to involve for the CPA deals the fraud department to make sure that it's correct, and also for the revenue share, but like it's way different than the CPA one. So for the CPA, we tend to like check for multi-accounting, for incentivized traffic, on manipulated traffic, etc. Because like it's really easy to spot. Mostly networks do that to you. They send like the baseline, and all players are like hit the target exactly. Like if you have $20, for instance, on the baseline, it's $21 to make sure that it's like cumulative or not. For the revenue share, I can share an interesting info, what we found on one of the brands that there were. So there are player groups, for instance, and there's affiliate groups, right? So affiliate, the player is registering as an affiliate on your platform and they get cashback or they win. So it's kind of a player thing, and I'm not mad about it, but it's smart. I love that when we found out.
Really? There are some guys who did this?
There were some guys. I don't want to like make anybody do that. Please don't. But it was a fun experience. Yeah, it was extra cashback. What you would just say, but it was on the baseline of the tier 1 affiliate section. So yeah. My personal approach, as mentioned, for the CPA deal, we are like super closely looking at the traffic and the ROI to make sure that we break even at some point, or we have a good investment in that. As for the revenue share, I'm more like relaxed in terms of like, if you're gonna earn, I'm gonna earn. So that's that.
But when affiliates come and want these deals, do you ask for some data also?
Yeah, obviously. For the revenue share, we ask for the verification of the website, the previous experience, etc., to make sure we don't get ourselves into anything weird. As for the CPA deals, yes, of course, we shall ask, but I reserve 10% of the budget in total to have some risky deals. In terms of like high CPA, for instance, or I'm not confident in the affiliate, etc. So 10% is enough from the budget to find new affiliates, to like filter out the bad ones, and you always have the KPIs intact to make sure that you are doing fine. For instance, on Indian market and on Brazilian market, we had the repeat rate, the baseline, which was cumulative, and the fraudulent traffic was excluded from the CPA. So that might be comfortable. There are still risks, though.
Can I ask something?
Yeah,
do you see, for example, like CPA in a similar way to a listing fee when it comes to like ROI, like an advancement of the LTV or the possible
100%,
value?
100%.
And do you calculate it the same?
It depends on the company. I cannot answer for everybody, obviously, but when I'm having conversations with affiliate, mostly like when they are asking for the listing fees, for instance, right? And they tell you that I can bring like 10 players, 20 players for the $1,000 or something like that, you know? You can do the math, and that's like where simple math comes into play, you know? If you can, maybe I will give you $20 more, and maybe I'm not gonna give you upfront the amount that you are not going to use for my promotion. So that's the approach, if I answered your question.
Thank you.
And I heard from operators that they sometimes ask for data from affiliates, and they even don't show even a website.
Yes. Sometimes you get those, the parachute soldiers.
Yes.
They just come in, they say like a couple lines, they ask you who you are, and they just ask for data. And like, first of all, who are you? Like, I don't know you. I will not share data without at least like a call or some kind of, again, discovery process. Because we're also, I understand when operators say, it's sensitive data and we don't want to like show the whole playbook or whatever. But affiliates have that as well. Like we don't want to just be sharing data for anyone to see. So again, there has to be like some touch points so we can get to sharing whatever data you see. Because again, like especially when operators like, and you probably relate to that as well, like you ask an affiliate for some kind of data and they send you like a screenshot or whatever. So is it really valuable or worthy if they're just like showing you an image that sometimes you can like Google reverse search and it's there and it's from another person that's posted that on LinkedIn like 3 years ago. That data without context, without trust, it doesn't make sense. So yeah, there needs to be some touch points so that we can get to the data sharing.
Yeah.
So need be trust with operators and affiliates.
Yeah.
this is why we have these conferences, at least, so that we can meet up, we can like talk face to face, and like understand that we're all human beings here trying to like hustle.
For sure.
One more question about links. It's from your side, CPA deal, and you make a lot of traffic from affiliate side, and the link is not working. It's broke.
Yeah, I've had that pain.
So, what affiliate can do in this situation?
Well, a lot of operators will kill me after this. I guess.
Oh, let's see.
No,
They'll
basically,
protect
yeah. If you thank you so much, I need that. Basically speaking, like if you put on the extra work in terms of like promoting a brand, and brand cannot convert accordingly, and it was your fault, we should all acknowledge that the time the resource spent from any side, it is super important to inform the affiliate. So once I see there's some weird patterns, and I cannot stress this enough, we should automate the alerts, the system, to make sure that the campaign is running smoothly and correctly. And we all know our usual data, and to make sure that we have a specific like count of the players coming in daily, and it decreases, you should like act right away. So my affiliate managers personally, they are like taking a very close look towards like this specific information. So if affiliate loses money because of us, we calculate their and I've done it like one time because there was a really bad problem with the brand's links. Well, we pay, but like you can negotiate, communicate that clearly, right? From the affiliate side, it's okay if they say that we don't need to pay or something like that to cut your slack off. But
do you pay upfront?
I've paid a specific day that it was not working. We calculated the average commission, and it's super easy. You understand, like the player is going to be like 10 players, 20 players, whatever players count, right? The problem there is when you have them on revenue share, which is a totally different story, but you can always like sweeten the deal a bit. And based on my experience and the clear communication having with people, they understand that these stuff happen. So that's that.
Yeah, and it can happen from the affiliate side as well.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
As long as there's like, I've said trust like 10 times in this podcast, sorry.
That's the most important thing.
But as long as there's like clear communication, there's some degree of understanding between both like the operator side and the affiliate side, because we're not like impervious to our site being taken down for 2 or 3 days, for example, or someone in the product or the SEO team like literally wrote a thing down, or the link is not in the proper place, because this thing can happen, and it can be just a natural error. So as long as there's some level of understanding between the parties, I think it can all be arranged, I guess.
100%, yeah, agreed.
Okay, we are on the last question. So why is the revenue share model more popular in West?
Shall I start answering that?
I think you can, yeah.
It is more popular just because, basically LTV is higher, the player value is there, and mostly the affiliates that are working on those markets have already invested a lot of resources, and they already have the community built. And I'm not talking about like only the community basis, I'm talking about the SEO, long tail keywords, etc., right? So they already put in the work, now they need to like revert back and get the monthly or whatever commission rate that they have. So it's super easy when the player is like a bit different in terms of like lifetime value and churns way less. Why not have that towards you? So player journey is the answer here. But of course, affiliates are making sure that you also, as an operator, have a good CRM system, good retention percentage, for them to openly work with you on that.
And honestly, I also, not to have a West bias, because I obviously do have it, but it also comes down to, I guess, market maturity. Not only like the actual audience that will play in the operator or whatever, or the users or the players, but also like the affiliate market to be like mature. Like we've seen, for example, in Brazil, like the last 3 years were a huge boom. Like everyone and their mama was doing affiliates and posting links in their WhatsApp groups. Obviously, they were not working with RevShare because they were working as like with bottom of the barrel brands as well. I believe it comes down to the actual, as you said, like the investment that was made as well from the affiliates, that they're now ready to like do something more long term and not just expect the early CPA to pay the bills.
So thank you guys. It was amazing and interesting, and hope you see soon again here.
Thank you so much. Thanks. I enjoyed it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey guys, we are live and it's a YOSA stream. And today we would like to talk about the tech opportunities for our sphere. I'm Anton, head of affiliates, and today I will speak with the good guys in a good company. And I would like to start with the question: which technical roles would you consider essential in your companies? And I would like to ask Victoria, and please introduce yourself and say a couple of words. What are you doing? Where are you working?
Yes, it's Valentina here,
Valentina,
not Victoria.
I'm sorry. Valentina.
From Profit Matches. After almost 20 years in digital marketing, I started founding my own company. And I'm dealing with both strategic advisory services, but I'm building also a matchmaking platform where I will be listing AI and machine learning solutions dedicated to iGaming, and a platform that will give both educational tips but also concrete tools, solutions, company that are building this layer of technology.
That's really interesting.
With AI.
So, what do you think about the essential roles in your company, technical essential roles?
Yes, I
Who
do.
it will be?
I do believe that obviously the skill set of employees is changing drastically and massively, and tech product do plays a big role. So I will be looking into engineers and people who knows how to do prompting engineer too, and actually have this strong product background. I'm a strong believer in this product marketing approach across the board.
Yeah, okay, I understood. It's super. Nice. And let's move on. Today, a lot of attention is given to AI, but let's look elsewhere. What technologies, solution, or products not related to AI do you consider truly promising?
Okay. So I could go with this question.
Yeah, but please introduce yourself.
My answer will be very short. So I'm Viorel Stan. I have 15 plus years of experience in the iGaming industry. Now I have a company which is managing and building affiliate websites. And we have Sloss Calendar, which is our flagship brand for the online casino. And we also have BetBrain, which is the one that we promote the most for the sportsbook. Now, on top of this, recently we also diversified our portfolio and we started building our social tournaments, because we need to find a way to differentiate from all the affiliates, because all the affiliates, they kind of do the same thing, they do reviews, they list slots, they list casinos. We wanted something to keep the players on the website, and we build social tournaments for the casino part, and we build tipster competitions for the sports part. And on top of this, and this came actually by accident, to be honest with you, we started delivering our solution as a white label for companies which are not into the iGaming sphere, but they have traffic and they want a way to monetize, and we are offering them our solution. We do this usually as a folder on their website, and then we start with specific things which are focused on their particular niche. For example, now I cannot disclose the names, but we signed some deals with some big sports news websites from Latin America. And we'll build for them a website. We'll start with social tipsters, so punters competitions and odds comparison, because we have our data, and then step by step we bring there the entire ecosystem of the iGaming sphere.
It looks like a really win-win strategy for you and for
and
partner.
Also for us it's good because we have our big brands, and we have deals with almost all the casinos in the market, and we have the team in place and have the technology in place. And the technology was built with the idea of being able to scale it and manage everything from one place. And again, we didn't plan for this. We planned to build our own brands, but then those big opportunities came to us. We said, okay, this sounds interesting, let's do it, and now we do also this as well. So we are in the iGaming sphere. We are affiliates, but now we also offer technology as a white label to big media companies. And regarding your question, well, from my point of view, a company which has limited budget, let's not speak about Google and Apple, but a company with limited budgets, it's extremely important for them to focus on one thing, and assure that the entire energy that they have is in one direction. And at this moment, for myself, in my company, AI takes the entire focus. Okay, we build the product, we still have the teams in place that are doing everything to be able to run the business, But recently we opened a department only for AI, and we are hiring there a lot of colleagues because we are seeing how things are evolving and they are changing extremely fast. And I know the question was not about AI, but for me and in my company, AI is the key technology that we are now focusing with. Of course, there are multiple technologies which are emerging at this moment, which for sure will be very beneficial for other industries. But for me, as a media company in the iGaming sphere, AI takes almost all the focus, and that's the thing that we are really about at this moment, because we see how it's evolving, we see how it's making us better, we see how it's allowing us to scale the operation, So because of limited resources, we only now focus a lot on AI on top of our core business, which they have to run because they give us the revenue. Yeah.
Actually, if I can say something, I love what you're doing within the affiliation space, because affiliates, are not anymore only website, are becoming mini product. It's not anymore the website that you need to offer for people to land on, but actually experiences that we need to provide.
Exactly.
So the social tournaments or any kind of, bonuses comparison or are kind of piece of technologies that regardless AI can actually boost and diversify your business. So well done.
Thank you very much.
And do you have any ideas about the new technologies?
Well,
I'm thinking about the blockchain, because with blockchain you can prove legal of your games. For example, you can use blockchain to prove to players that you are not a liar. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Even with the smart contracts.
Yeah,
it's already there, but it will improve for sure. As we were discussing previously, in Oddsget, we have done a forecast study for 2050, what will happen in the iGaming industry in 2050. Obviously, we are not trying to guess, just to sparkle discussions. And we saw it, we listened to a ton of expertise inside and outside the industry. And we saw that blockchain, for sure, it's one thing that it's already happened, but it will develop in matters. Even for the engines of the games, it will be based on blockchain, so it will be more reliable. You will have 7G, so you will have zero latency, so the experience will be completely different. AR merging reality with betting, with what's happening in your daily life will happen for sure. VR, I don't know, VR, it's always that kind of technology that appears and
VR
disappears.
It's really interesting. Could you imagine the gambling in VR? It's like a whole
it certainly will not be with glasses and with this
that's
sort
the problem,
of gadgets.
because the gadget is too heavy. But if they manage to go further,
maybe couple of years,
it will be for sure. It will be for sure.
There was the buzz a couple of years ago about the metaverse, right? So the VR mixed to Web3 and blockchain.
It's crazy.
It's just
proper metaverse, a proper one. Not a Second Life.
I do believe it's going to happen, especially with the new generations.
Waiting.
Yes, but going back to your point about blockchain, I think blockchain and AI are the perfect combo. And if we want to break it down, now is also kind of getting even more power about wallet ID tracking, on-chain analytics. So imagine in a couple of years, decentralized ad exchange, where you actually pay your affiliates without any need of actually seeing the number of FTDs or the deal. Everything is actually put on the blockchain.
And this combo will provide the secure for you and for your partners.
Which is one of our biggest problems at this moment in the affiliate industry.
Okay, let's move on. And I would like to ask you this question. Which specific processes in companies are currently being optimized throughout new technologies, for example, AI? And what is saving time and resources? So Who would like to start?
I will go and
please
introduce. I'm Wagner. I'm the CMO of Oddsgate. We are a turnkey platform. So we provide the sportsbook casino content for the companies that want to build an operation. And in top of that, we have a consultancy service, so people can, investors or whoever wants to build their own operation, they'll have from the get-go support from us and during all the operation.
From the beginning to the...
From the beginning, even to build their own operation, building the team, building the brand, we help with that. So, what the technologies that are essential for us to build to
optimize some processes?
I think again AI. so I think it's one of I don't think now we in the front end we are seeing that because I think it's lacking some kind of granularity that the player wants, and but it will happen someday. But in developing, optimizing processes, internal processes, whether it is for the services team or the development team, obviously data without AI. Nowadays, it's like we can't even imagine how it was to work with Excel sheets without.
Thanks God.
You will be surprised. You will be surprised because what I keep saying, to all my clients asking me, can you explain why we should be using artificial intelligence or how? I always say AI is not a crystal ball, right? It's a mirror, like it's mirroring everything that you do. Yeah. So if you build up on broken processes, AI or machine learning is the worst mistake ever.
Yeah, I think, doing a follow-up on the questions you did to Valentina, the tech skills or whatever, I will say critical thinking will be like essential for doing a good job, because like AI is a tool. For now it doesn't work for itself.
My niece, she just asked me a few days ago what she should learn in the future to be in the market competitive, and now she's doing the university in marketing, and I said, okay, marketing is good, but exactly as you said, you need to learn critical thinking. And I went to and also critical thinking, also to understand the basics of NLM and the entire AI structure. Sure. I went to our head of AI, I said, please help us with a list of classes that I could give my niece. So she will just do a bit of research. And the cool thing is that all the information, it's free. And he sent me links from MIT, from Stanford, and some of them are pretty old because this is new. It's not new. The basics, they're not new. Just are exploding at this moment,
100%. AI is 74 years old.
Exactly.
74 years old. It's older than all of us together.
It's free information, and it can bring you all information faster, because you just click one button, enter, and all information on your screen. That before you need to research different sites or Wikipedia.
And when you'll have this with quantum computing. And
if you add AI, blockchain, and quantum computing, it's like
we can say at home.
Three crazy things, really.
I think we are very lucky, that we are living in this era, because we are the single generation who lived that many transitions.
So true. So true.
And we are seeing how things are. Even the weather, even the weather is changing dramatically. But besides this, what we do, and wow.
Even the change is changing.
And I have the question for this era. The really interesting question. That the many businessmen ask them at the beginning of the start of their business, of their journey. When setting up the company, they have a choice to get a ready-made solution from the market, or to do something on your own. And what do you think about that?
Well, this depends a lot.
This question to discuss, it's a really difficult question.
From my point of view, I'm a very big fan of being focused. And we all know that human resource and know-how is the most important part, and you have to look in your own kitchen and say, okay, what do I have? What am I the best at? And if you do not have tech guys, and maybe also founding.
For sure. Analyze the goal, analyze the resources.
Yes, and then it's not like it's better to go for a white label or it's better to build yourself. No, it's about what you can do. I just spoke now with a streamer who wanted to get a solution from us, and he asked me, but why should I not build it by myself? Okay, build it by yourself if you want this. But if you build this, you need to invest time. You need to have the financial resources for this.
Sure.
Then you must keep in mind that doing this might make you neglect a bit your revenue streams, and you will see
in the time to market
will be very you will take a lot of time to go in the market. On the other side, if you go with the white label solution, you could test. But again, I don't think it's a wrong or correct answer. Depends a lot on.
It's about what we want to. You want to build a tech company. You want to build a tech company.
This answer, this question don't have the exact answer. That's for discussion.
For me personally, one second, excuse me. For me personally, it's very important to go live as soon as possible. So this is the critical thing. Okay, you need to be able to meet an MVP. Because if you go live with a product which is bad, it's better not to go live, But if you manage to build the MVP, put it live, test it, see how the market is responding. Because if you are investing, if you are building, this is my point of view. If you are building something for 3 years and you had no real customer feedback, you live in your own idea, which in some cases might be wrong. And that's why I think it's very, very good to be able to test things as soon as you can, And me personally,
and understand the way you move on, the right way, or to correct something. Because if you spend 3 years without the test, you just spent 3 years.
Correct. In the past, I used to work with Every Matrix, which they were doing, like you guys are doing. They're doing B2B white label solutions and turnkey solutions, And their customers were coming, they were getting the solution from Every Matrix. They were learning how to do things, and then step by step they were deciding if they should build their own thing for particular parts of the business or not, And some of them were doing it, some of them completely moved away, others are still there but with some part internally and doing an amazing job. But again, you need to see what you have, what you want to do.
I think you mentioned at least 3 things which I agree with. The time to market. I think you actually mentioned the vision. When you have a clear vision, it gets easier to build a roadmap, to understand what is working, what is not. Then fail, do you rebuild, do you iterate? And the third one, which is how to solve pain point. If you are able to quickly launch something, which is not perfect, but is a minimal viable product, good enough, then you are able to actually check the demand and really
improve step by step.
If you have the right features, if something needs to be improved, if you're maybe targeting the wrong audience.
At the end of the day, do you have any special insight that that there's a problem to be solved? Yes or no? Because it's only for the sake of building my own. I think it's an ego trip. At the end of the day, because you will build something that is already in the market, but your own way. It's risky. It's very risky. Or you have really some insight. I will solve this problem that way, differently than the other ones. Okay.
2 waves of this situation. In the first way, you can or will do something really cool, and the other guys from the market looks to your products and say, whoa, that's really great, we want it. Or the second way, when you spend years and get nothing.
And I think people don't understand what's being an operator and versus being a tech company. It's totally different. Completely different. And sometimes when you try to be a tech company, you forget the operational side. The experience. No, you want to focus on the back end of the operation, and sometimes you get out of touch with the market.
You're right. It's about also positioning and what you really want to be. It's literally, when a lot of times we talk about, okay, what is your vision? It sounds fluffy, but the reality is how you want to position yourself. A tech company is different than a media one.
Very different.
It's
Extremely different.
Yeah. You want to have.
But sometimes everyone wants to do everything.
So, and the conclusions. The first, you want to analyze the goal, what you want to do, to be here.
And the resources.
Where to be.
I will say it first, you must listen to the market. Listen to the market. Is the market shouting for this solution or not?
Okay.
Unless you are Steve Jobs and you understand the market 10 years from the...
But then you go to a very important point, data quality. For me, everything starts from there.
From data.
Data quality,
from the information.
Strategic goal, and eventually right resources and team alignment. I think these are the 3 core elements that each company should be looking at before jumping into any type of new technology.
Analytics, data, roadmap,
and own capabilities and own capabilities, own capabilities.
But this is the very tricky part, because you need to be extremely objective, because everybody has its own ego, and you tend to believe that you are the best.
No.
You tend to believe that what you do, nobody else can do it. Be careful. It's not like this. Be very, very objective and ask also somebody else to give you critical feedback in a positive way.
I was reading a super interesting article about MarTech, okay? So the combination between marketing and technological infrastructure. And it was a very nice analogy between minimum viable product and minimum viable insight, which is the set of information that you need to know to move the needle, to actually make the decision to either launch a product or approach something differently. Super, super interesting.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
And I have a really interesting question next.
Oh, wow.
Let's consider the legal teams. So, do you face situation where legal teams slow down the launch of the new products? How do you strike a balance between innovation and legal safety?
I want to skip that. I'm joking.
No, in our case, it's they came hand by hand. So it's not we came to them with something. No, it's hand by hand. It cannot be the other way.
Yeah, so I also don't like to work with some legal teams or some orders, and because you wanted to just read a lot of papers with just the letters.
I was having a joke, inside joke. It's just a joke, please. There's a joke. I was saying inside my company that the legal department is the place where the passion goes, so it will die. But this is just a joke. It's extremely important. It's extremely important, and you really have to, especially in our industry, which is a sensitive industry. And you really need to find ways to be compliant with everything, because on long term, if we are not compliant, this will hurt the players, and then this will hurt us back as well. So we need to find a way to build an ecosystem which is safe for everybody. And even if sometimes you feel that the regulators, they are going over their head, even when they go over their head, I think it's a good way to do it, because at the end of the day, we need to build a safe environment for our customers. Yeah.
I personally don't have a legal department yet, okay? I just launched my company, so I don't. But back to my times when I was working, okay, for Kazumo or big brands, obviously it's not easy to make a decision that could balance both regulations, the players, and the business, because a few companies, when they are in front of other regulation and be completely compliant or making a lot of money, they choose the option B, make a lot of money. But definitely I'm with you. It depends on the goal. Short-term goals, you can risk it. You can be non-compliant. Long-term, when you are building a brand, when you have a big company, then you choose the safer kind of option.
Sure. And let's back a bit to the development. And how is the process of developing a new technical solutions organized in your companies?
Okay, can I start with this?
Yes.
Yeah. So in our side, it's pretty basic, to be honest. We have a product team, which usually they're building the roadmap, and they're testing.
So you're starting with a roadmap.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you don't have the roadmap, you tend to lose focus because each day something else might look, especially when you are facing the customer, when you are doing B2C. If you're doing B2B, there the things tend to be a bit more aligned. But when you do B2C, somebody says, okay, I want tomorrow to change the button on the page and they want it now. If you allow this to happen all the time, you will not end up anywhere because you will not be able to develop the really cool stuff because of all those small changes here and there, here and there.
It's a never-ending feedback
Exactly,
loop.
exactly. Yeah. And what we usually do, we have the product team which are building the roadmap. They are specifying all the requirements. Some of the requirements, when they specify, they go to are going to particular business owners, which we think in-house they have the most know-how in that particular direction. Also, the business owner can raise a requirement, and then product team is their job to start doing all the documentation. Because let's be honest, documenting a task is very, very important, and also it's difficult. Because if you just say, I want to have a button on the website, sounds easy, but then you start asking, but what that button does when the player is logged in? What the button does when the player comes from UK? So it's extremely important to go to a department which has this mindset and is starting applying all the process on it.
And I think roadmaps matter because you could check deadlines on the roadmap.
Exactly. Yeah. So first you have the functionalities that are being documented. After I get the documentation for the functionality, I usually tend to get two types of estimations. I want to have a business estimation, which it gives me the importance. So how important is this task from a business point of view, and then also I need to understand how much time this task will require to go to production. And then like this, we try to find the best compromise.
Find the balance between the matter tasks and the time management.
And there is also one extra thing which I'm not doing all the time, but I know I should do it more often. I need to listen more to my technical guys. And whenever they say this one is really important, although it's not affecting the end customer, might crash the entire business. So you have to listen to that, because you are building all-time technical depth, and you need to clean it.
There's another important question, although I'm from the development side, but the why question is very important. So if someone, whether it is a client or internal, says we should build this button, why do we need it? Because of that, but why? Like the Toyota, the Toyota 5 whys, until you get the end of it, and you we must do
need it. We don't need it.
We don't need it. We don't need it. Yeah, it's very important.
So the rule of 5 why. The deeper of 5 why. I would say. So but that's really interesting.
It is. But this is the theory.
I was going to say.
Then you get punched in the face.
So great. I was going to say it looks so great.
Super well.
In reality,
and then in practice, I go to the office and I say, we must develop this thing tomorrow.
We want to work in your company.
I was like, oh wow, they sound so cool.
I love the Mike Tyson quote: "Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face."
Exactly. You get the first punch, and then
then reality comes.
No, we are trying to follow those processes. Sometimes we can do it, other times we don't do it, but at least we have a goal, and a plan to follow.
Do you think, if I may, do you think AI agents will play a role in this structure?
Of course.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
sure.
because
I don't know how, but
perhaps that one is super interesting, which doesn't mean to replace humans, okay? But we go back to square one when we said, okay, if we have a strategy well outlined, outlined, then we can also use AI agents to actually, either trigger some action or things or repeat, scale. So
No, but you
that
could
one
use
is
them,
another.
I think, in the entire process. You could use it during the documentation part. You could use it during the competition analysis part. In estimation, basically, so you will not have to all the time to take your entire development team and put them in an office and ask them to estimate things. And no, you just get a very high level estimation from an AI agent. Of course, it's not the final one. It's a high level, which helps you again to sort a bit the things before you present to the team. So definitely.
I will share. TikTok funny video when under this podcast where you will see AI CEOs making decisions based on the knowledge base of all the employees. I'm going to do that.
I saw it.
Yeah, you saw it, right?
Is it funny?
Yes.
It's funny for some of us.
I will share it. I promise. I will go and look for this podcast and share.
Okay, we need to check it really.
100%.
AI, it's really crazy. What the future will come to us.
Exciting though, exciting. Scaring from one side if it doesn't get regulated, and there are so many.
It will be downsides,
risks.
obviously. There's
Yeah.
downsides
I
in
hope
every-
it will make our life easier in some
In theory, it
ways.
should. In theory, it should. But at the same time, as we were discussing, we need to start building the critical thinking just to be able to utilize it, and implement it in our lives without being just some robots. They just simply follow what the AI is suggesting.
Yeah, just talk to him and do it what Dr. to you. So it was a YOSA. Thank you for staying. Thank you guys. It was a really good conversation.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
And here we are again with YOSA. Still Natalia from MelBet, but this time we're gonna talk about Africa.
Yeah.
This is an exciting market, and for MelBet it's one of the biggest markets where we operate. We are successful in a number of African countries. For me personally, I must admit that I haven't worked with Africa so close. So it's gonna be exciting today for me as well as our audience to listen to you about this region and get to know more exciting insights about it. But before I proceed with the questions to you, I would like you to briefly introduce yourself to our lovely audience. So, yeah.
Sure. Who's the first? Well, me. So this is Simon. I'm from Vivo Media. We are a performance marketing agency, and we deliver traffic for iGaming vertical for a few years already. But we are a few companies on the market right now, and the Vivo Media is like 2 years old brand. But still, we had the chance to get and generate nice volumes and results for the African market as well.
Lovely.
Interesting. My name is Raj. I represent Match2One. Match2One is a programmatic demand-side platform, so we deliver predominantly display ads on the open web for our operating partners. We do it through retargeting or just through prospecting ads. We've worked quite a bit towards the African market. Match2One in general has been around since 2015. But we've delved deep into iGaming, I think, for the past 3-4 years. And I think the company is very reliant on iGaming as a vertical because it's very interesting and there's a lot of things going on, but it also means that technologically and regulatory, we have to be up here, make sure that we're following everything. So, and
yeah.
I think that Africa is, we generalize about Africa as we speak about it almost as one country, but
exactly.
it's like
I'm
54
going
different countries.
to follow
right?
up with this question, so we're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself. I'm sure we'll have an exciting conversation with the questions that we have. They're quite challenging, maybe in a way.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm sure that will be exciting again. So I'm going to start with my first question. And that is, Africa is often referred to as single market, as Raj mentioned. But if you imagine each country as a startup, which one would you invest in right now and why?
Would you want to go first? Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about is that if we would invest today as much as we do for nowadays, is like we choose the selected countries in Africa. And we choose Egypt, we choose Morocco, we choose Nigeria. This is top performing for us, but there are many, many more prospecting very fast. And Africa is many solo countries. They're very prospecting market. But this is a long-term market. You need to invest a lot to get some results later. So this is specific of the players. They are investing not so much at the beginning, but this is slowly growing.
Yeah, and as far as I've heard, what differs Africa is that the player activity, though the value is not that great, but with the player activity that platforms get, they can actually generate a substantial amount of GGR.
Yeah.
What would you say, Raj, about it? What's your take?
I think I spoke to one of our partners and they mentioned something that I found very interesting. They were actually looking into metrics and comparing different nations with Nigeria. And they're looking back at different numbers of growth in Nigeria 10-15 years ago, and which metrics are similar to the ones of Nigeria. And they were benchmarking different nations around Africa, and they noticed that, for instance, DRC they have similar numbers as Nigeria did 20 years ago.
but also they have a lot of regulatory issues, governmental issues. But there's large mining operations over there. They see a middle class growing. So I think every single country in Africa where you see an exponential growth in the middle class, where in a couple of years down the road, you'll have a lot of disposable income being spent on gambling, for instance. Those are the nations that you.
Which countries would it be?
DRC would be one of them. North Africa, you see a lot in North Africa. Then you have some of them are a little bit tricky right now, like Ethiopia. But you see like middle class growing quite quickly in those regions. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, everyone get the smartphones.
Yeah.
Ready to play.
Yeah.
So the mobile users are really huge and very fast growing.
Yeah.
So still it's like a not huge volume of investments from the player side, but this scale is growing very fast.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna proceed with the second question for you. Let's talk about user behavior. What aspect of African users' digital behavior would truly surprise a European marketer? So what's special about their behavior comparing to Europe?
I think if you look at not just African countries but Asian countries, they miss, like when we grew up, we had like broadband, like fixed broadband lines here in at least in the Nordic countries or in Europe. They didn't have those kind of stuff like in Africa. They didn't have like large broadband services, right? They went directly to mobile services. So the mobile penetration in African countries and Asian countries as well surpassed like mobile penetration here in Europe. And like the way they use the phone, it's basically the singular vehicle to pay your loans, pay for your services, send money. So I think a lot of European countries would be astonished by the mobile penetration level in African countries and the way they use it as well. We had to wait for smartphones to do payments, right?
And what is the penetration?
I don't have the exact number. I was looking at South Africa and a couple of other countries, and like it's over 90s, right? Over 90% among at least the mid class, right? But you have extreme poverty in a lot of countries in Africa as well as Asia. But you still see them working with like more simple devices, but still performing all of the needs that they need to do. So I think that way we would be, at least from European countries, if we just saw how the phone is used, it'd be...
That's the very important thing. Like you can check that the Europe basically is learning how to use mobile payments right now. We are just adapting to that. And in Africa, there's just basic primary payment as a mobile, from phone to phone, from customer to customer. So this is something that they are like, they learn from the beginning that there is a payment models with the mobile. We use it this is a new technology for some people. In Europe, some people don't trust mobile payments yet,
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. Yeah, and I think it's a generational shift as well. You see, like the youth in Africa is, I mean, it's humongous, right? So adaptability and learning new technology goes pretty quick, and they're easily adaptable. Whilst here, there might be a lot of regulatory hurdles, right? Before like mobile payments between different people. Like I'm just talking about Sweden maybe, but we only have one provider. That's
which is expanding now.
Yeah, well, that is expanding, but that makes it possible to pay from person to person. Doesn't matter which bank you have, but these kind of stuff, they were in Africa. Like,
Interesting.
I read about this in Africa like 10, 15 years ago, at least, that they had mobile payments that you could pay anyone.
So imagine like simple situation that there is a group of friends in a restaurant and there goes the waiter and ask who's going to pay for what and how much. Someone has cash, someone has a card. And like Sweden, Norway, they already made it. They have like so good mobile apps payment that they can just share the bill between. And well, Africa as well.
So this is something in common that they have, but obviously not all the countries have reached that point.
Yeah, sure. European countries, which you can say this is far, far way more developed, are still not using the basic payments that are done right now in Africa.
It's a good point. So in some ways, Africa is even more advanced than in terms of payments.
I think they were
than
at least
many
first.
European
I think
countries.
they were at least first, right? I mean, with mobile payments, they did mobile payments before we even at least payment from, let's say, one person to another. They were way ahead of us.
Specifically,
way ahead of us.
the market forced them to do it.
Because
it's
the
a
cash.
mobile. So
But anyway, we have so many more questions that I feel like we need to proceed.
Sure.
So that we don't have too many of them left, and our audience can hear more of interesting ideas.
Yeah.
So, what innovation have you seen in Africa? In payments, UX, or engagement, what you believe the West should adopt? We have kind of discussed this in terms
basically
of
we
payments.
have discussed. So from I think both story, if you agree, is that the mobile side of the payments, this is the fastest growing markets regarding the speed of the payments and easiness to pay for everything with the mobile. Yeah. So that's very.
That's the main thing
market.
they can adopt.
This is something.
Anything else, maybe in terms of UX?
What I see is, at least from African countries, we do. I mean, our clients, they work with both trading platforms, and we're seeing iGaming companies, and they have similar traits. But we're seeing that trading platforms are doing immensely well in African countries, and that's because of they being more adaptable and open-minded towards financial instruments and learning about financial instruments much quickly. So we see a lot of tech-savvy youth who are using fintech, or not just fintech, but trading platforms from another country, so they're be able to trade FX or whatever, crypto. So we see, or at least adaptability being in the forefront. So I think, and a lot of African nations are also being open-minded towards different financial instruments as well. So yeah.
Okay. Let's move on.
Yeah, sure. Let's jump.
If you were launching a new product in Africa without using traditional marketing, what growth strategy would you choose?
Anyone?
I think word of mouth is always the key, right? You offer a great service, and great service always, people speak about it. People would recommend great service to someone else. So word of mouth, I guess, is always the way to go. But I mean, to be fair, I haven't I would like to visit at least Nigeria to understand, have foot on the ground to see.
Have you ever been to Africa?
No, I haven't been. I've just worked towards the market, but it's always been a dream to travel there. Yeah.
First, we know this market online. Then definitely we should jump there. Yeah. So this is online traffic. So from my side, regarding how we prospect the new countries in Africa, is we do a lot of surveys and lenders and pre-lenders, and this is, as I mentioned before, this is long-term business market. So surveys, getting registrations, clients today may in the future give us something, because everyone says that Africa is prospecting market, but it's been prospecting for the last 20 years and it's still prospecting, and we don't want to be in a place that you're going to say after 10 years that we haven't made a step there, because that would be maybe too late, for the partners which are getting there and taking the customers, engage customers through the different online channels. This is time to go for them.
Okay. Anything you would like to add on this?
I'm guessing there's not one form of scalability in African. I mean, it's country to country. It's even large nations like Nigeria. It's state to state, right? So it's you have to really look into and delve deep into the culture of the country and like how it works, what's acceptable and what
Next year.
Yeah.
Yes, we go to Africa.
Yes.
To explore the market.
Yeah, I mean we'll have this podcast there.
They have plenty of good conferences over there.
Yeah.
Especially in South Africa, there is a very big conference
Sigma,
every
right?
year. I believe so.
Yeah.
So it would be, I mean, it's very valuable for a brand to go there and explore the market, see how people live.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So definitely, guys, plan Africa next year.
Sure. Just choose the country.
It's on my bucket list. So yeah.
Maybe a round trip.
Yeah. No, you have to do the safari as well. See the big. Is it Big Five, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Five.
They have nice beaches as well.
Yeah.
I've never
Okay.
been a beach
Tanzania.
guy. So, yeah, I've never been a beach guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, plenty of
The
things
sun,
to
the
do.
sun at least, sun and food.
Everything in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Name one uncomfortable truth people don't like to talk about when it comes to scaling a business in Africa. Uncomfortable truth. And one reason why, despite everything, it's still worth it. What's so uncomfortable about the African market?
I think it's, for a lot of people, it's the unknown, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, we're bulking all the different, like, 52 African nations into one. Like, we're making it sound like Africa is just one nation. But it's diverse cultures, diverse people, ethnicities. And it's also, I think, the most uncomfortable truth is it's really dependent on the different government, right? So I think how a government legislates and looks into, for instance, iGaming, that would be something that you're looking really deep into. So let's say a government is shifting, and with that shifting policies, that means that maybe iGaming ads aren't being allowed in that country anymore. So that's a truth that we have to be aware of, but that truth also applies to the Western world or any other nation. Yeah.
What about you, Simon?
Nothing more to add, I think. But uncomfortable truth is that when I work with different clients and operators, which are, for example, willing to open some kind of new market in Africa, well, they always think that they need to invest a lot. Well, as mentioned, this is long-term business, the long-term market, but the first investment shouldn't be so huge to get very fast some results regarding the traffic. Well, it depends on the country, it depends on the language, it depends what kind of strategy you need to take. But well, everyone say for that uncomfortable truth is that this is like very low value basket.
So
yeah, this is
true. This is true, of course. Yeah, and people need to admit it. Like companies that want to enter the African market need to be prepared.
Be patient and have a long-term goal. I think it's really
sure.
So. I think a lot of iGaming companies or operators that are hopping into a market, they're comparing this market to another market that they relatively are aware of, right? But each market works differently, and you have to accept it, and you have to at least have a long-term goal as well. And I understand that investors want to get their money back as quick as possible and as fast as possible.
Absolutely.
And you have to respect that, but also when creating the long-term plans, you have to have the investors on board, making sure that they understand the vision, they sign off on the vision, and like the methods that you want to work with. So it's with any other market. You have to understand the market, and then you have to work appropriately as well.
If it doesn't happen, you just go to the market, and after 1 year, many brands just say, no, enough. We spend enough, we don't get nothing, so let's just quit and take another one.
In a company where I worked before, this company, actually this brand tried to enter one African geo, so they hired a team.
Okay.
They started to invest.
Local team or was it
local team, yeah. And not only local team. The team was big. But like they gave it 1 year, actually, as you said.
Yeah.
They tried, they invested a lot of money, but they didn't see the return.
Okay, so let's see what's happened. Yeah.
So after 1 year, they just gave up.
Okay.
And they basically closed this project.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look into how the operations look like. Just giving up. I mean, it's from case to case. If you have a good team like that's really good at operating in that geo, it's really about that. And as long as you have a good team that's operating in the market,
absolutely.
So I think that's the key. If you're willing to cut your losses and just leave the geo, fine. But there is a lot of money to be made there. Obviously others are doing it, so you have to really look into yourself and say, okay, where did we go wrong, really?
Yeah, sometimes it's also a fault of the some management or managers, because if they just present to the new team information that, hey, we just jumping this market, we want to grow it fast, but if something happens, nothing will happen. So everybody thinks that this is just a test. So there is no enough maybe pushing or some good strategy to just not make it for 1 year, just let's grow it. Let's make it 5 years grow, yeah?
And it's always easier to blame the team, and it's always easy to blame. I mean, listen, leadership starts at the top, right? And it trickles down to any team that you might have. If you have leadership excellence up top, it will trickle down all the way down, right? And when you have that, it will, you will do better.
Yes.
Yeah, vision,
strategy.
and you will do better as well. I mean,
vision, intro.
Yeah.
How you promote it, how they see and understand the perspective of growing of this.
For that,
product.
you really need someone who is maybe is locally based.
Local wolves.
In some way.
Yeah.
With plenty of experience.
Yeah, but if let's say that you're entering a new market, right, in Africa, let's say that you're entering DRC, you won't have anyone with local knowledge in DRC.
Yeah.
You're looking into the possibilities in that country, meaning that your operations, you're basically looking down on a 10-15 year bet that you're starting right now, right? That means that you're building something from scratch.
Yeah,
you won't have those local wolves, or you won't have anyone that knows what they're doing.
Yeah. So they have to be open-minded and be ready for changing strategy as they take it for the first day, because everything may happen regarding the market, and ready for testing anything.
Learning by mistakes.
Sure.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's no one's gonna tell you anything.
Not like
till you don't try
that brand that just tried it for a year.
Yeah, no, I mean
didn't see the
exactly
payback, and maybe lost the faith in the vision.
The question is
of the management.
Why do you enter the market with the vision that it may not happen? Yeah, this is something maybe wrong at the beginning. So if you go somewhere, let's just be sure that we're gonna make it together. Yeah.
I mean, it's never, because everything you're taking a risk, right? Everything is a calculated risk. I mean, you're betting on a new market. You're taking a calculated risk. So that means that if that risk period is just 1 year, is it going to pay dividend? I mean, really, honestly, in a year, how much damage do
I guess most of the brands that want to enter a new market, they want to see the payback from the player. Basically, they start with performance marketing oftentimes, and they in many cases they just lose the faith and get disappointed with the numbers.
But I mean, it's also the ground team that's doing everything. What kind of expectations did you give management? What kind of expectations does management have? So I think it's an array of factors that can lead to both success or you just leaving a market.
Yeah, this feels like a philosophical matter.
That's true.
Okay, we are short on time and we still have 2 questions.
Sure.
So moving on.
Yeah.
What myth about Africa turned out to be false? And which ones does your experience confirm? Myth.
I heard the myth that the players, the users of the Africa are totally different than the other countries. Well, this is not really true. They are like very, very similar players, like in many different countries. Yeah, it's all about this how they behave at the beginning, how they behave in the medium stage, and all depends, of course, regarding their pocket values. Yeah, but still we have the same process of generating the leads, the traffic, the registration, the clients, which first we need to attract them. If we do it, sometimes we need to invest more to convince them to do some more job. And I would not say that the customers from Africa are totally different than from other countries. I think they have.
Why would it be? Because of the globalization?
Yeah, maybe of like this thinking that the Africa countries are very, very poor, and that's why because the customers must have different behavior, but which is obviously not the true.
Okay.
No, I mean, the biggest myth from my side was there's no high-value players in all of Africa. And like, when I see the ads that we're working with, it's mostly to attract high-value players from the African geos. And when they play, like they apparently they play the same way like high-value players in Europe play, right? But the view is that you're only targeting really, really, really low value players, which in the end, because of the volume, is good. But there are an array of high value players in those different geos.
I can confirm it.
Yeah.
Because we also run Africa, and I'm often surprised with the value that we are getting from some players. It seems like we are dealing with some European countries, seeing how much certain players bet in those countries.
So that's the myth that they have no money.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I mean, it's always interesting. So betting statistics, and I think it kind of resembles the view that you have of Asia as well. And I spoke to an operator, and they were like, "No, we have plenty of high-value crypto players from Bangladesh," and I was like, "Wow." Of all the countries in the world, and they were like, "Yeah, but when they play," and it's a similar situation with a lot of different African nations as well. So yeah, so that's a myth.
Yeah, the last one.
Last one.
Yeah.
Right. Which African markets are the hardest to assess, and what makes entering them particularly challenging?
I mean, if we're looking at it from an advertising point of view, I think that plenty of African nations now are being aware of creating like gambling licenses, right? Meaning that plenty of the different operators that were targeting those nations, all of a sudden, they have regulatory hurdles they need to hop over, right? So I think that's going to be one of the main issues moving forward, right? Regulatory issues for every country that everyone's targeting right now. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from my side, maybe what's an issue? Well, working with different advertisers is that for the Africa they need to be prepared for the mobile, and sometimes they don't know how to do the mobile right regarding the advertising, regarding the promotion, regarding how to make this customer engagement very fast. So sometimes we see nice brands in Europe or LatAm, or they do the desktop, and advertising is great, they have great conversions and huge number of registrations. But when it comes just to limited it to mobile, especially when you just put it on some Android or some different kind of non-iOS versions of applications, this is starting to not be easy, because let's say true that this is mostly the only way to target these customers.
Okay, what do you think about the internet speed? Is it one of the things that makes entering the market difficult? Because if assessed wrongly, in a wrong way, some brands can create products that are just too heavy, and the end user will not be able to use it.
We are
with the internet speed that they have.
From what I see, the internet speed is very important with some kind of business which is related to some connection regarding using videos or using the online conversations. Something like which you have to, for example, have a like online call. This is still really hard. But regarding the mobile apps or some in-app systems, I think the mobile internet is not as much important just to get it, because if something goes 1 second, not a half a second, well,
they're more patient over there.
Yeah, they're patient.
They're very more patient over there. So I think with internet being lagging, I mean they've made it so far with slow internet.
Yeah.
I think it's up to the operators to create products that is made for that.
Exactly, it's
so
up to the operators.
It's up to the operators.
Yeah. But if they don't,
they will still use it. I
create
think
a product
really
that is light enough.
Yeah. I think they will still use it. I mean, they find workarounds really well.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's the African countries. I think they have a lot more patience in making something work compared to us. If we click on something, it doesn't open, we leave.
Sure, definitely. If you open the website and it doesn't appear in 4 seconds, you just close it.
Yeah.
And we have experienced that if we had the customers and they are just downloading something, like say, image.
Absolutely, we are
they
not
just put the phone
patient.
on the back. They put the phone on the back and they just wait till it's done. Let's say
exactly.
1 hour later. They get it. Come on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But we ran out of time, so I want to thank you for this stream podcast.
Yeah.
It was very interesting for me as well to learn about specifics of the African market, and I hope our audience liked it too. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you.
Thank you very much. Until next time.
In Africa.
On more streams.
In Africa.
In Africa next year.
Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, this is YOSA's podcast, and I'm very happy to have Daphne from Netto Partners with us, Clint from Appetite, and Martins from Media24. We're in Malaga for iGaming Club Conference 2025, and we're gonna talk about iGaming Club's future today. So my first question for you guys, and I think we can start with Daphne, is why do you attend our conferences? This is your second year in a row, and I would like to hear your opinion about the conference and what's your main perspective on it?
Okay, so first of all, I'm in this industry for almost 15 years, and I've been doing the IGB conferences and Sigma for ever. And I think you guys bring some fresh energy, a different perspective about meetups and hubs that are more personal. It's much more a way to engage and meet new people. Like, it's not too big, but it's not too small. It's give you the opportunity to really talk to people and meet new people. It's very like eye level, I would say. We really enjoyed last year. It was really, really a good surprise. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure we're going to come to all the events that you're planning.
Yes, and you can be sure that we're going to have, more conferences coming soon in a bigger scale and with more attendees.
What I like about you is I think your team is really, it's combined of like really talented and nice people. And whatever request or issue I have, I always get answers super fast and super friendly and professionally. That's I think, the difference between you and other organizers.
Communication is definitely key here, and we want to make sure that all your requests and all issues and any kind of concerns that you have are all, covered, and you have the best experience as an exhibitor. Yes, literally 24/7, guys. It's I think if you want to give good experience to any attendee, whether it's an exhibitor or speaker, you have to be, very adamant with the communication. Thank you for your answer. And Clint, I know that this is your first experience in Malaga with iGaming Club Conference. What's your thoughts on it?
Super positive. I remember seeing the posts last year and saying, bit of FOMO, so this year I'm very happy to be here and planned it well in advance. I knew at the beginning of the year I wanted to come, and I think it's a different approach and more tailored to the brands and the affiliates as opposed to everything, which I find is more intimate, makes it easier to have conversations and have quality time to speak rather than quick chats almost. Okay, I know you're doing the speed dating sessions, but that's kind of part of the whole atmosphere. So overall, I think it's a very exciting, different angle that we're taking.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So you didn't left something to me to tell.
Sorry. No. This is your second year in a row as Daphna's. And just talk us about your experience this year and what's a bit different from last year.
First of all, it's more people, new faces, and I like Malaga. It's the weather is great. Because I come from Riga, from Latvia, it's cold outside still.
Yeah, the location is key, I think. It drives people more. It's like the energy is different. The vitamin D is very important. Because I remember like in London, my first conference, I didn't want to go to networking events because it was raining the whole time. You don't really have the energy in a way, Do you feel that way?
And plus one more thing is that everything is around, so you don't need like a taxi in London. In London it takes like 1 hour to go somewhere. And here 10 minutes with a feet and I'm here in the conference.
And continuing with you, Martins, how do you see the evolution of iGaming Club?
I think you will be bigger, much bigger. And I see that in the future it will be more affiliates and operators who will come here. Because in this conference, it's not so big, but even when you didn't speak with someone, you will meet after 5 minutes.
Yes.
For example, in under the conferences, when you see that one guy, maybe you will didn't see in the next 2 days. So
yeah, definitely. Like smaller scale conferences assure that you're gonna see the same faces a few times a day.
And what I like in iGaming Club that there is only affiliates and operators. Some others B2Bs also, but I remember in one conference, will not tell which one, you will know, that there's even real estate companies in advertising. Really? I need like 40 minutes to go to the meeting and see these other companies.
Yeah.
It's not who is not related, so.
Yeah, I think we all can relate.
Yep.
Yeah, what about you, Clint?
I've been in the industry for longer than I care to say, so I've been in the industry for 20 years.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
What I did 20 years ago?
We're gonna go.
Yes, we are. So I've actually seen the evolution of what the conferences started out as, and let's say the gambling persona came out very boldly back in the day. So I think it's matured a lot, but I do feel that there's a lot of noise now. So you kind of need to really pick your poison or pick your events which you'd like to go to. But I do feel that I don't really want to grow too big. I think the intimate space allows for better conversations and more freer conversations without worrying that your competitor is behind you. So I do feel you need to strike a bit of a balance between quantity and quality.
Yes,
because I do feel that there's a lot of other conferences out there. I do feel some of them should be pivoting, and I feel in your case, I think you're onto something, and hopefully you can continue growing that, nurturing that, as opposed to bringing in other facets like real estate.
Yes, definitely.
Hopefully not real estate.
definitely.
No, relator from Marbella.
I mean, if we're thinking about expanding it, there's some things that are inevitable. But if we keep the focus on the quality, I think we're still going to be, successful and have productive meetings and overall a conference that's productive. Even the speeches and panels, they were really interesting. How was your experience at the panels? What was the most interesting topic?
I was in the stand the whole day,
right.
But I can really relate to what my colleagues here discussed about. I think the time we're living in, everyone is on their phone, and we're living in this kind of FOMO that we're missing out stuff, Gen Z, you're all over the place. There's so many opportunities. And for me, when I go to the other big conferences, sorry, I will not mention the names, but I feel like I'm super drained out even before I came to the conferences, because we're exhibiting, I'm planning the booth and all the coordinations, like being a production company. And I felt like I'm getting super tired even before the conference. And here, I like when it's small. Like they said, you have the real opportunity to meet people. And when I go to the other conferences, I meet 150 people, but then the conversion from actually getting a deal, it takes time, even 1 or 2 conferences after. But here, almost all the leads I met, I started with them some kind of partnership of test, and I have few really good affiliates I met last year, and I really think that it's making it super different, and I think you should stick to the size, not to grow too much, and maybe to make more events in different places, but to keep the same.
In Cancun will be
soon. We're already discussing Cancun.
Yes, hopefully we can see you there, because the format is going to be a bit different, but still the same community, just more people and more interesting, brands are going to join. And I'm interested in hearing a bit of a constructive criticism as well, in terms of what do you think at the moment is missing in the conference, because last year obviously it was a trial and we actually actively asked for feedback, whether it was negative or positive. So what's your take on it? What do you think is missing at the moment? And be very blunt with it.
Dancing party, so where we can actually dance.
You didn't dance yesterday?
Yes. Last year we went to in the street here to some like touristic pub, dance bar with like 18 years old kids, like a horrible music, but we need like some like good DJ, electro, oriental music, something fun.
We're hearing.
Not only drinking.
We're hearing you.
Music.
Yeah.
This is the only criticize I have.
Okay, sounds good. And what about you, Clint?
From my end, you asked me to be blunt, so
Yes, absolutely.
better coffee.
Check.
No, but on a serious note, I think you have all the right moving parts to make it success. Just maybe a bit better flow, because like sometimes overlapping of things, as was going to happen to us. So I think that, and also like you touched on it yourself, like the community side, which you're touching on, I think that is a very relevant thing right now, and I think you need to piggyback on that a bit more and build more of that community moving forward. But as far as content goes, the panels were good fun. I actually went to the SEO one first thing in the morning. It was very interesting, because normally SEO people hold back on stuff.
I like the part of the Google.
Yeah, Google was there, and suddenly
when
they
we
were
saw the
killing Google, and then a Google representative stands up. It was hilarious. So that was interesting. But no, overall, I think you have the right elements. I think it's just maturing through the process, right? Figuring out what's working, what's not working, and evolving that.
And 2 days, do you think 2 days is enough, or do we have to extend it, or
I
look
think
into?
I'm with my peer here that anything more than 2 days will the post-conference hangover will really start to kick in. So I think 2 days is the right amount, even though if coming from Old Town is entertaining, even though we're so close. But yes, I think 2 days is the right amount.
Yeah, especially if it's a smaller scale, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes more sense. Martin.
And Martin, I like all. Second time in a row I'm coming here, and I like everything what are you doing. I even don't know what to change. Maybe I missed some panels because about podcasts and so on, but it's part of my job.
And going back to smaller scale and bigger scale conferences, why do you attend each, and why do you go for the smaller ones? If you go for them, obviously you're here in iGaming Club Conference Malaga, but what's the main priority for you?
Because I think here in this place I can meet all people what I need so fast, and I don't need to spend a lot of time. In a big conference there are a lot of people, and there is maybe new partners what I found. In this place I can speak with the partners, make different deals, make something new ideas. It's easier than in these big conferences.
And what's your plan for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, win an award.
All right, the awards.
Yes.
Yeah, we're very excited about the awards, and Daphna, you're attending as well. How was your experience last time?
Last year?
Yeah, last year.
In the award?
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
You're talking about what happened to me last year?
Yes.
Oh wow, last year we were...
I didn't see that you was dancing. Did you dance in awards?
No. Last year we were nominated, Netto Partner, to some category. I don't even remember which category it was. And I was talking on the phone with a friend back home on something like very important matter. And all the crowd and the host were waiting for me. And they make a joke. They thought I'm in the bathroom, but I wasn't in the bathroom. I was standing next to the bathroom talking to my friend. And my colleagues were like dumbass. They didn't even came to call me. They thought I'm in the bathroom and they couldn't go to the ladies' room. So then the waitress came, and I thought he told me something, but I was ADHD. I was super focused on the call. I thought he wanted to offer me like a dessert, or if I want an extra a glass of verdejo. But then Asaf, my colleague, came and he told me, Daphna, you were nominated. You have to go to the stage and pick up the award. I was, what? What the fuck? We're nominated? They're calling us now? So I just changed my vibe. I was like, okay, do it like the Oscar style.
Yes.
And I went like fearless to the stage, was smiling, like naturally, like nobody, no, I was in the toilets, not in the toilet. and I grabbed the award, and it was, I think, one of the most funniest
it was
story
so
they made.
fun, especially because once we realized that you were not there, we decided to skip it and then wait for you. But everyone was like, "No, let's wait for a bit for Daphne," and then
it was the best publicity we could do for that one. And then
they remember you forever.
Everyone was smiling at me after this event, like they were looking at me, smiling, not smiling, and like, no, I wasn't in the toilet, I wasn't in the bathroom, like. Okay, but at least I'm an easygoing person, so I wasn't so embarrassed.
Nice.
This time we'll go without phone, yeah?
No awards this time, only dinner. I'm only sitting at the table. No nomination.
I'll make sure that we invite you to the stage for sure. Don't worry about it.
On time.
I have another question for you. How do you manage with all these conferences? Because obviously you go to a lot of them, and in terms of energy, in terms of resources, in terms of just balancing work and also the conference, because it's a whole another thing. Once we're here, from my experience, I still have my regular job which I have to tend to. I have clients that I have to talk to. How do you manage it?
Wow, it's a big question. First of all, when you're married and have kids and you travel a lot, it's a lot to take on top of your day job. And we're attending at least 6 conferences a year. And just to prepare, especially to IGB, when we have big stand, it's like, of course, it's also a lot of money. So you need to make a yearly budget for conferences, and it's a lot of mathematics and numbers you need to tackle, and also the preparation and the concept. You're gonna serve drinks, you're gonna have active bar, it's insane. I'm doing it now for IGB, and it's taking a lot of my time. It's super complex these days, and this is what I like about AffPapa, to organize, to prepare it, from administrative perspective, it's very easy. So for me, I like it.
Yeah.
And also the vibes. I feel like the vibes in these conferences, it's a magic. I don't know, it's the area, it's the city, it's the wine, it's the people, it's AffPapa.
It's a combination of everything.
It's the best combo I can ask. And for me personally, I'm more drawn into these small conferences because you make the most out of it than the bigger conference. Of course, it also depends for us as an operator, on the markets that we are active in, where partner distribution, where they are located, that we want to meet. For us, we have regulated brand in Spain, so it's so naturally to come here and to meet our Spanish local partners.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. What about you, Clint?
So I think, last year I went to way too many conferences. I think it was about 6 or 8, and I remember by the end of it, I was like, where did I go? What did I do?
Exactly. Which city am I in?
Where it was too much. I think the larger ones, those kind of you need to go just because it's the biggest one.
Yeah. You have to show face.
Just show face, be there. Especially in our case, we don't have a stand, so go around. But I think, and then for better conversations or more quality conversations, these are a lot more convenient and a lot more, even if, let's say in this conference I didn't have that many leads, or not immediate, let's call them not immediate leads, but I was allowed to network and have an understanding of what are your challenges, what are you doing differently, which in others you're like, how do you have traffic, but it's like, what just happened, you know? So it allows to really, at least from our standpoint, which we're doing things a bit differently, we are able to have a more value-based conversation as opposed to just a very dry transactional.
Exactly
this is
what I was
we're
gonna
doing,
say.
So I find that is the main difference, and some of them you need to go for strategic reasons, but now that I've come to this year, I'll probably reduce 1 or 2 for next year because I won't be need to. So yes.
I feel like you feel more energized as well, because when you're back to back into meetings and you don't even have time to get to know the person, and it's,
let's not mention the back to back might be on the other side of the
exactly
whole 4 to 5 minutes away.
So. And then you go there, the client or the partner is not even there, and you have to go back. And what about you?
For me, it's easier because I have already a team who is selling, flying to the conferences, and I come to this smaller one, and I like more because when I got these big ones, in the start, when we started Medi24, it was easier because I met a lot of people, but right now it's when you go there, all want to speak with you all the time, and if you need to go to the one call to the second call, it takes 1 hour. It's 1 hour, and for me, it's not productive conferences. This AffPapa, it's I can meet these guys here. So.
And how was regarding like scheduling meetings and anything? Did you do anything in advance, or you were just like, I'm just gonna go to the conference venue and find relevant people? How did it work? Because I know we had a lot of requests regarding networking apps.
Yeah, that's what I was about to criticize.
Yes,
this is the point.
Yes.
No, I want to
it's in the list.
I think you don't need even app. It's if you will send like attendees the names, it can.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it from a long-term perspective, because obviously on the platform you would know because you have access to the directory. There's this section where you can click on the I'm attending button and see whoever is there, and you have access to the affiliates and B2Bs and whatnot, and it's easier to schedule meetings. But we're listening very carefully. We're taking everyone's feedback, and if there's anything that you would like to add in terms of like again criticism and whatever it was today, from your experience, you're more than welcome to share.
But I come here and I had some meetings, but I didn't plan a lot. And I think all guys what I met, it was like on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And what's your expectation from tomorrow? Because you might feel like, because it's small, you might feel like you already squeezed everything out of it. What do you expect tomorrow?
I think it will be better than even last year, because last year also it was an amazing place.
Yes.
Amazing. I like that it was outside.
Yes, it's in the same location, by the way.
Oh, so it will be also nice.
Yes, and what's your plans for tomorrow?
I normally enjoy the second days in the morning now, not before, because you start to see how many people or how badly drunk people were the night before, and you can see the level.
Yeah.
I used to be one of those.
Yes,
now I
not
try to
judging
be
anyone.
a little bit more disciplined, even though last night I was not disciplined. I paid the price this morning.
Yeah.
But I think you touched on the app as well side of things. I think there are actually some good apps out there at the moment. And I was actually having this discussion just before I came in here. I think there is a lot of room for the industry, and I feel you guys are managing to break those boundaries down for better transparency between affiliates and operators, which I feel is a big elephant in the room no one likes to talk about. So I think instead of segmenting or segregating things, bringing things more together in a more of centralized function. If we are saying we're in the gaming industry, we're innovative, then let's try to be a bit more innovative and more transparent between each other. And I think you are organically allowing that to happen through the right people. And I think that's also a big factor as well. I think you touched on it earlier, where the vibe or the energy is different. There are some conferences where you're like, I'm not going to speak. So I think you've gotten a better or a more open audience.
Exactly.
Which is more positive as well, and I think that's a big part.
Yes, as an attendee, I think I can also say from my perspective, it's sometimes you feel very welcomed, and sometimes you feel like you're just an outsider and you don't really fit into the, I wouldn't say a community, but the crowd. Yes, yes. And what's your take on it before we wrap up?
I can actually relate. I think now as an operator, like the market is inflated with so many brands, with softwares and soft to bet that they literally change the market. No one speak about it, but I want to speak about it. As an operator, self-sufficient operator, we have our own platform, and the competition got very high, like increased in the last 2 or 3 years. And like their amount of traffic and the resources, and prices went up. Everything increased. Google update, PPC, everything got really affected. And now like affiliate want crazy prices because also their cost went up. And so basically the competition between the brands is insane. And like you have requests, I guess, on an hourly basis for affiliate manager want to be added on your site. And I see that affiliates are getting tired, There see so many brands, everyone is super confused. Saturated, exactly. And when I go to the bigger conferences, I can't really speak to people. Like, you know, even some people are getting snobbish,
Yes.
very like bad attitude. And for me, it's like being like very straightforward, open person, no games. Like, let's
Yes.
talk, let's be transparent, let's build a partnership. I think here, the environment of iGaming Club provide us a better atmosphere to really get to know your partners. Like, I get here really nice time and bond with people that I didn't even met in the bigger conferences.
I'm very
I think this is a perfect actually panel discussion for next year.
Next
We've got
year,
three
we're gonna
panelists
take
over
notes.
here.
Christina, please take notes. Thank you guys. Thank you for your input. It was really nice talking to you, and we'll see you next year.
Thank
Same
you.
place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, guys, finally, the first day of the conference is over.
Almost.
Almost. I imagine everyone must be feeling a bit tired now.
Must be.
This is the final stream that we are doing. And all girls.
Yes.
For the first time, I believe, today.
Yes.
Powerful women in iGaming industry.
Let's start.
I already know Yeva. And maybe you girls can introduce yourself to the audience.
So I'm Arina from Win-Win Partners. We're a direct advertiser of casino and sportsbook.
Nice. My name is Marina. I'm head of public relations in Alpha Leads Group. We are a group of company. We have Alpha Leads affiliate network. We have Alpha Search, that's a SEO team. We have also influencer marketing agency AAA. We work for worldwide and specialize on special projects. And also we have Alpha Leads in-app. So every kind of traffic that you need, we have it.
And everybody must know Yeva. It's not the first time she's streaming here. So
Natalia, maybe you will tell about you for us?
Of course. Yeah. So I'm head of affiliates for MelBet. I focus on LatAm market. And by the way, MelBet is a sponsor of today's stream.
Yes.
You can see that our cards are branded, our cups as well.
Nice. Oh, really? I didn't see it. Just like when you work in marketing and you don't see banners.
Yes. So MelBet Partners and Affiliates is an affiliate program, and we accept more than 60 geos. So I can call us a global affiliate program and direct advertiser. And we already work with Alpha Leads and many other affiliates who are also here at AffPapa. So we got a chance
to actually meet them.
Talk to them. Which was very nice. And we have plenty sponsorships around the world and more coming. I'm not gonna open up about this one, but just a little idea that we're gonna have a new ambassador in LatAm. And in many other countries as well, but Latin American audience will really like the ambassadors that we're gonna have. And more news coming up.
Amazing. That's really good news.
But for this final stream, we have topics mostly about your impression from the first day and overall from Malaga. So I should go ahead and there weren't many booths at the conference, but which one seemed most lively to you?
Especially I like how it's gonna be okay. I'll answer. I'm gonna be a bit biased. I mean, all the stands were really well put, and obviously I think it's more so the people that invite to the stand. You can have the best stand, but if the people are not inviting and they're not, welcoming, it can really drive the attraction down. But here, because it was small and because we didn't have, tens and thousands of attendees, all stands got their good amount of attendees and people that were talking to each other, and I feel like each one had their own prime time today, and of course we have tomorrow as well, so it's going to be more active. And I liked all the designs for the booths. Win-win. It was really, really nice. I think everyone done a very, 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 very good job with the stands and the design. So
That's a very politically correct answer.
But actually we showed win-win. So now Arina was sitting very close to me. That's why.
So it's obvious for me. My stand, my booth is the best.
Of course.
We were just near the entrance, so that's why people just enter and see us. When they're leaving, they see us. So yes, and I agree with you, Eva, that each booth had its own atmosphere, team, people. I like this.
Yeah,
its own vibe.
Of course, and because there are not many, you have time to go over each stand and talk to them and kind of see their branding. And for you guys, you just did the rebranding, and it's like you're getting intimate with the team and understanding what they're doing, and have time to chat a bit and understand, and not just like quickly going from booth to booth. So I think it was in that sense it's more productive.
Yeah, for us. The brand is 2 years old, but we are pretty new in media, so that's why it was really productive day, because people get to know us. We met lots of new partners, so that was successful.
That's what I like to
hear.
That's for the benefit of having a booth at a relatively smaller conference is that you get to speak to literally everyone. So of course that all the affiliates who attend the conference, they will all obviously come to your booth.
Especially it's very important when you are the new brand, pretty new brand.
For smaller brands it does make sense, the smaller scale events for sure.
And of course it's about money too, so when you go like for huge conferences, like everything that you pay for, like constructor, for everything, it's like for small brands it's even impossible. So so
they don't even
from
have
this
the
side
chance.
it's a good opportunity too.
It
looks like I have to mention Win-Win. I thought to do it, but I have some professional problems because we build in Alpha a lot of different stands and booths. So now I would like to mention, to be honest, Smartico, because we like a lot when the brand is monocolor. Because it pay attention of customer. I'm not sure like how representative I am as a customer, because like I always see everything that normal people don't see. But for sure they have really clear USP. So when you come, you already know what they offer to you, so you can understand from far away, does it work for you or no? And also that is like clearness of color, and especially I saw like a lot of people who are standing there, like having a chat. So I would like to mention Smartico. So
that's a very good point. Sometimes simplicity, I think, is overlooked, and people are looking for just being vibrant and being out there and being so visible. But sometimes it's it's better to be more simple,
and especially for audience who works in marketing. Like we all of us are blind for banners.
Exactly. That's a good point.
It needs a lot of power to pay attention of your customer when you have this time of this kind of auditory.
Good point. And I believe because our attention span is getting shorter and shorter with these new platforms like TikTok and Shorts. People don't actually take time to get to know a brand. And as a brand, we need to make sure that the customer pays attention to us from the first sight. Because there might not be second chance, because there are so many brands in the market. So the simpler the brand is, it's actually the better, because people have become too lazy to really pay attention and try to understand.
To learn something about
I think it's short term, short format, quick, but it takes a lot from getting to know someone, getting to know a brand, chatting to them, understanding what's their vision behind the brand, why they did the rebranding, what they're looking for, what's their mission overall, That's why I see, from my perspective, from AffPapa's perspective, because we work with operators, it's a lot of brands come and go. It's easy, it's disposable, it's recyclable.
Fast money.
Fast money. You're like, where was the brand? But when you're steady, when you know your target, when you know where you're going, and you're doing it in a smart way, in a sustainable way, your lifetime, the consistency is going to be longer, and the people that are going to be working with you are going to be staying with you for longer terms. So I think it makes sense,
Great point.
That's a brutal truth about
many
brands that don't take time to actually take time to invest in the brand creation, because any brand needs time. to be in front of the eyes of the people and to gain the trust. And trust is being earned through many years.
It's not about like quick results.
So we do have some iGaming brands that have been on the market for such a long time, such as MelBet. We've been on the market for over 13 years.
Oh wow.
So I believe we can truly call ourselves a long-standing brand.
Yes, definitely.
And a trustworthy one. But yeah, of course there are many brands like this, but the point is trust takes time.
Yes.
And there is no shortcut to this.
Definitely.
You didn't have a booth on IGC, no?
No,
This
year
time. I don't remember your
we
booth.
don't have a booth, but maybe next year.
But no, like, what's your favorite booth then?
Oh, that's
really?
You skip it.
The truth is that today I've been on a panel discussion. Then after that I came for the first stream here. Then I had 2 more.
Busy day.
Basically for me the whole day is all about the streams.
But fortunately we have the second day of the conference, so like tomorrow evening just writing to you, so Natalia, which one you have to tell us.
Tomorrow I'll go to every booth, I'll have a chat with people
Compare
who stand
them.
yeah, because it's difficult to understand like which booth is better by not without talking to the people who are there. Because it's the whole experience that you get from personal communication.
Yeah, it's not just the external.
You take this impression with you, and from just casting an eye on this stands, I couldn't make my own impression about which one I preferred. So tomorrow definitely.
And the team matters, people matter.
Of course.
People definitely matter. Time to move on?
Yeah, let's go.
Is this your first time in Malaga? And did you have a chance to explore the city?
Okay.
Yeah, you can
so
go.
I start.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, this is my first time in Malaga. This is my first time in Spain, so I have a lot of emotions. It was really interesting, and especially this is my first time when I go to the conference where we don't have a booth. So for me, life changed like a lot in one moment. Like from the person who is responsible for a booth. So yeah, like if our auditory doesn't know how it usually looks like. Usually you have 2 days, you have a company who build your booth, and usually we do customized booths, so it's really unusual. And if you know, that's not like usual banners and just screens. We always try to pay attention for our booth with materials that we use or some concepts. So usually I have like 1,000 story about how it is to build a booth because everything go wrong. You don't have electricity, you don't have like your stand is broken, your screen doesn't work. It's already 4 at morning, but you still are on the venue, and in 3 hours you have to go back. So I want to say that now when I'm in Malaga, I think that Malaga is the first city in the world, especially for conferences.
City of freedom.
Yeah, that's my freedom, because like I have a time to have a normal networking. I sleep at night. It's really
at a proper time.
unusual. And especially like I had even a time to explore a city a little bit. So my experience is like, I did like the nature because it's so tropical, and I saw the parrots, and it was like, oh my god, I had one in a case when I was young.
Exactly. I think all of us saw parrots only in the cages, not in the wildness. It's
here in Malaga.
And they just fly, like
everywhere. The green ones, small and green.
I don't know how, they're so friendly as well. It's like the normal little birds that we have, like in Armenia, in Russia, in Ukraine. But here it's like, oh my god, I've never seen a parrot this close and in freedom. So it's.
And so many.
Very friendly parrots.
Yes.
And they feel completely normal here. They just enjoy their time. Actually, I understand them, because it's like it's perfect weather, sunny, not even too hot, not too cold. You have even a wind, you have a seaside. Like what else do you need for your life? So, but okay, that's about experience and food. Spanish food. Maybe I was so lucky, but everything that I tried, because I try always to to try, to taste local food. I liked everything. Gazpacho is my love. I think this summer that's exactly the soup that I will cook every day. Sorry, my husband, if you don't like it.
He doesn't like it.
So food for sure, and especially I think that Malaga is a good place to organize the event because like you have a lot of direct flights from different countries. So and it's not a season yet here, so you have like free apartments, free hotels to book. Also, that's a touristic place, so when you finish your job, you can go somewhere. You have a restaurants to meet with your friends, because I know for some locations for the conferences, it is a problem. Like you have to do a networking dinner with your partner, and you have like 3 good restaurants in this city, so you just don't know, like you've been yesterday in this restaurant and tomorrow and with 3 different partners. So I think that Malaga is really a good choice.
Oh, I mean,
tell us, how did you choose it?
It's our CEO Levon relocated to Malaga 2 years ago, and I mean we did our kind of exploration. We were thinking about same things that you said: good food, good weather, good location, very flexible airport that has direct flights. And from the first experience that we've had, a lot of people's feedback was the same as yours. So we decided, why not do it again in Malaga, because the networking events that we organize are also very close. For example, you don't have to take a 40-minute ride in a traffic to go get to the venue, and then you have to go back and be up early. I think the most important thing is to make people feel comfortable and not exhausted, because for me as an attendee as well, I want to be feeling fresh, I want to give my all, I want to have full energy. So we kind of
how it goes with the full energy.
honestly I had two Red Bulls today, countless coffees, but these things recharge me a lot. And I want to divert a bit, but speaking with women in an industry so saturated with men, come on guys, we have to talk about this. It's amazing. Even the panels today, I was so excited to see all women panels and you talking, guys. It's something that I'm very proud to see, and from our perspective, AffPapa is mainly, our team is mainly consisting of women, so seeing women empowered and giving the platform and everything. I'm so sorry again to divert into that topic, but I think it's
an
important.
Exciting topic.
Of course, and it's our podcast right now. We can do anything we want. We can talk about anything we want.
It's our time.
Yes, it's our time to shine, of course. But yeah, I love Malaga. It's a city that has a very light vibes. The energy is light. Everyone is so happy, so cheerful, and of course the community that is here is, it's just a pleasure to work with everyone. And it's not. I'm not just saying it. It's easy. It's actually giving you energy more, the communication, because it's not transactional. You're not doing it like fast and quick and you're trying to close deals. No, you're just actually getting to know people. So I think we're gonna keep the location at Malaga for a while until we get so big we can fit everyone here. But yeah.
We also need to say that there are lots of iGaming people who live in Spain. So lots of people who can. For me, I live in Lisbon, and my plane just got me 1 hour.
Oh my God!
Yes, just 1 hour flying, and I'm here. Lucky me. So that's why there are lots of reasons to love you guys, your team, and your conference. Really, really, and this is one more reason why.
I know. I love the fact that we've been working with the same partners for a long time. It's very important. It's been a long-term relationship, and we're building on it. And you guys see us growing. We see you guys growing. It's
something about human relationships, not about companies, business, but also human.
We see each other. We understand. We feel each other's pain in a way. We understand where we're all coming from. So I think that's an important aspect as well to pay attention to.
And also that means that your partners are satisfied with the result, because when you are not satisfied, you just
you
do
don't
not
come
come
back.
back.
Yeah, you cancel, you ghost.
Yeah.
It's a good sign.
Just in this
Results.
case, it can work.
That's what I mentioned earlier today, that what I love most is the quality of the relationship that you have with your community, and how you are able to not only stay on the same level but grow at this exponential pace. I'm getting truly inspired by your story, because I like to follow you. I like to see how engaged the community is. Every time I come back to AffPapa, I know that I'll find my good partners there, and I can always talk to them, see them in a more relaxed atmosphere, venue than, as you mentioned, in big conferences where you just try to get as many things done in that one day as possible.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good feedback, and it's truly what we do this for. You know, it's so that you guys have a great time, you enjoy, and you want to come back. You know, that's the main.
Today I asked lots of people, how's the conference for you? Everyone says it's cozy.
Oh,
it's cozy. I like it. It's so cozy. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I wish you to stay cozy. I wish you high growth, but stay cozy.
Yes.
Because this is about you.
As we talked about brands, that it takes time to build a brand. I think the thing about your brand is this word coziness, which we associate it with.
And as Levon told me that it's around 800 people on the conference, right? So like, just because auditor maybe think that it's like 200 people who know each other, not really 800, that's not so less. So like it's already somewhere some kind of challenge, to have this coziness. I don't know how to
but
say it.
They got bigger.
But still, in comparison
you are
not so small.
It's because we always compare it to bigger ones, obviously, you know, because there are not really many conferences that are in a smaller scale, and we're like only getting, like, people are only getting to know iGaming Club, and the name is popping, and they understand what we're doing. Because AffPapa has its own platform, but I think we build the reputation on the coziness, on the relationships that we made. So I'm very happy to hear this. Very, very happy. Yeah.
Stay cozy.
That's the brand identity. As of me, I have a long romance with Malaga. Really? I was first introduced to the city back in 2018, which was 7 years ago. And in fact, I first visited as a tourist. I have a few friends, they're Spanish, they invited me to spend some time in Malaga. I got to know the coast, the southern coast of Spain. Malaga coastline is amazing. I really enjoy spending time there, walk there. It's a sunny city, and this conference always takes place in the months that are truly enjoyable in terms of the weather. It's not too hot, so this is a great point, and I love this city. Have you had a chance to visit Picasso Museum?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I really wanted to ask you about it because I want to do this, but not yet.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you have time, because the lines might be too long sometimes. But it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah. Is it smaller? Because I've heard it's smaller.
It is quite small.
But they have good pieces of art exhibited as well. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't really have time this time because we're flying back home once the conference is done. But we managed to, since Levon is based here, he showed us very, very good places to eat. He took us to rooftops, and we also had chance last year to go to Torremolinos and Malagueta. So we had a bit of exploration done, but right now it's laser focused on the conference and making sure that we wrap it up in a great way.
Yeah. And you are doing it in a very nice way.
Yeah, thank you.
But next time, make sure that you have some time.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
As of me, I always like to enjoy more extra time after the conference, so it doesn't only feel like traveling there and back.
Yeah,
and actually being able
you
to
don't feel
enjoy
like,
the place.
because usually when I book a few more days after the conference, I can't sit still because I know that my inbox is full. I swear to God,
Following
it's so
up.
true. Yes, I'm like, I'll do the following up and then I'll go rest a bit or explore a bit. How do you manage it? Can you just disconnect and go offline for a few days, or you're just constantly thinking about, oh my God, I have emails, I have to follow up, I have to catch up?
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree with you. The follow-up after the conference is absolutely necessary.
Mm-hmm.
It's where you get results from, basically, because if you don't follow up, people that you met, they will forget about you.
Yes.
So the follow-up is extremely important.
Mm-hmm.
So, quick question. To take a few days before the conference or after the conference?
I know my answer.
Before, because we're full of energy.
Mm-hmm.
So you
and we're excited, but after conference, really, I feel tired.
Yeah.
I'm honest.
It's exhausting.
Yes, sometimes.
Yeah.
I've never did it, but I think I would choose after.
After?
Yes, because like before the conference, because like you're leaving your usual job for 3, 4, 5 days, you need to hurry up, like to finish everything, to give all the tasks to a team, and like after when it's done, it's like okay, now I'm ready. Yeah. But I'm not sure like how long it can be. Maybe just a couple of days. It's good when maybe it's Friday finishing and you have Saturday and Sunday. So because like a real usual relaxing time, it should be like no work, just relaxing.
So I have one last question for you. So this conference is known for its strong panel discussions. Did you get any chance to attend them, and what was it about?
I have stand, so that's why unfortunately I didn't manage to join panel discussions, but I have one day more tomorrow, and I will be there, but unfortunately not yet.
I would like to say that actually first thing that you invited really good experts. So I've been to some panel discussions today already, and my favorite was about US market, and like because they share different point of views, and it's interesting to listen to. Also, they give you some insights. So I really like this one. Also, I liked about SEO because we're specialized in SEO traffic. So, and generally, the whole agenda that I saw, I think that it's really nobody that I would say like, oh no, this is not my topic. I will not visit it. Now it's just about when I will find time to visit the panel discussion. So I really like it.
Yeah, same for me. I tried to attend almost all, but obviously, you know, I had other responsibilities as well. But one that stood out for me was betting on socials, because it was really interesting in terms of understanding different perspectives. And as you said, there were so many good speakers alongside you that are sharing a different side of the topic, where obviously, you know, we all know the basics. We all know the short-term information that's, you know, point by point it's shown, but it doesn't really give much value. But when you have 40 minutes of panel discussion and also people, you know, asking questions and interacting together, I think you can go back home with more, you know, knowledge, even though you're not really specialized in it. It's always good to, you know, broaden your perspective and just learn a bit more. So I'm really, again, excited for tomorrow, because we still have a lot more panels.
Full of panel discussions.
And especially sometimes it's more interesting to listen to panel discussions, because like this point, it's different meanings, different points of view, because sometimes when you have just a speech, like
yes, that's a good point.
That's one one idea, one direction. So that's why I like panel discussions even more, and it's more lively. Like you have some conversation. Sometimes they don't they disagree.
I love when they disagree. That's my favorite one. Yeah, of course.
Favorite moment.
Today. Our topic was operators and affiliates.
Versus affiliates.
How can we fix this,
this
broken
relationship?
relationship
in a friendly way, but you guys are like fighting over
So this topic, I believe, like 30 minutes was not enough. 40 minutes was not enough, because on this topic you can go on forever.
Definitely.
It's.
I mean, the more exciting and the more different aspects you look from at the topic, the more interesting it is. And especially because the audience is mixed, they take turns and they take sides, and they're like, yeah, I agree with that actually, but I also see where they're coming from. So I think, yeah, that we'll work on the topics even more and have even, more exciting speakers, and the same speakers, of course, coming back as always. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what I also love about this event, that we get to hear good speakers every time. Not only once, but they come back and they are willing to take part in the panel discussion again.
Like yourself.
I didn't want to mention that.
No. I remember I was at the speaker zone last year as well, and I was looking at you, and you were. I think that was your first time speaking, right?
At AffPapa, yes. But I have spoken more times.
Yeah. Nice. See,
and I remember your comment actually from last year, and it was really nice of you.
Yeah, of course. No, it's women supporting women. Literally, yeah.
Again,
we are the minority, so we need to make sure that we are supporting each other, and that it will only get better.
Absolutely.
And more women will enter the industry, and we will eventually become equal.
Yeah. Actually,
one day maybe.
In terms of
we're going there definitely. And I found myself feeling so proud when I was at the zone, and I looked, the whole panel was consisting of women. I was like, yes, girls, go, because they, if we're the ones who are going to give the platform, although there are a lot of other conferences that have panel discussions and there are women also included. We're very balanced in that term. We try to have both sides, obviously, but we like women.
Women team.
Yes, of course.
Takes care of the organization, so you can feel the care that is put into this conference, the amount of the attention to detail, and basically the care that you show to all the people that come here every year.
Yeah.
Only women can give that kind of care.
Of course, that's so true. And people only remember how you made them feel, and not what you did. It's about making them cozy, making them comfortable, and making sure they feel supported. If they need anything, we're gonna be there for them. And that's how I want to be treated as well. I think it has to have a balance, and it has to be equally, equal give and take. Yeah, that's the magic recipe.
So I think that we are out of time, and
unfortunately,
it was a real pleasure to have all women.
Likewise,
just 3 questions, but 30 minutes, just a second, this.
Wow,
there are obviously so many things we can talk about.
Of course, we would be here until
Don't
midnight.
stop the podcast, please.
Until midnight.
Yeah. So thank you again.
Thank you.
It was very lovely to talk to you and have you here. And tomorrow we have another day, and that day we'll enjoy for sure.
Yes.
As much as today.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
you